The May 12th, 2026 regular meeting of the Hawthorne City Council is called to order at 6:08 p.m. Father Gustavo Castillo from St. Joseph's Catholic Church will be doing the invocation today, please. And we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by our City Attorney, David Cáceres.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be here. This is my first time at City Council since I came to the city in August, so a pleasure to greet you. I'll offer the invocation and then a brief Irish blessing upon all those who are present. Let us pray. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation, whose goodness fills our hearts with joy. Blessed are you who have brought us together this day to work in harmony and peace. Strengthen us with your grace and wisdom, for you are God forever and ever. Amen. And may the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he look upon you with kindness and give you his peace. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for being here. The roll call, please.
Councilmember Manning.
Here.
Councilmember Montero.
Here.
Councilmember Reyes English.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Present.
Mayor Vargas.
Here. The guidelines for oral communications for public comments, please.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, all remarks should be addressed to the City Council as a body and not to any individual council member. During public comments, speakers shall have 3 minutes to state their business. The Brown Act prohibits the City Council from providing a detailed response or acting upon any items not contained on the agenda. The government bodies as a body shall have the discretion at the close of public comments to refer any remarks to the city manager for study, investigation, report, and/or recommendation. 2 written communications were received.
I actually have 5 that were written up, so a total of 5 now.
Those are just the speaker cards. These were like written that were sent in via email, 2 written ones.
Okay, where are they?
They're on your desks.
Thank you. So I'll try to look for those, and I'll acknowledge what they're talking about, and just mention it to the public. Okay. Olivia Valentine, Farmers Market. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I think it was said at the last meeting that the public only comes to City Council to complain, but does not give the council credit for the good things it does. Well, I would like to give the council credit for the farmers market. The community is in love with the farmers market. Every week, neighborhoods across Los Angeles County host farmers markets that offer a good amount of fresh produce and artisanal food. These markets are also community hubs featuring local vendors, DJs or live music, and kids' activities. And now Hawthorne has a farmers market. People are coming out in large numbers, shopping and stopping to eat delicious food at the various food concessions. They have added live music, which adds to the vibrancy. The farmers market can become a community gathering place, bringing the various neighborhoods in Hawthorne together in their common interest in finding fresh fruits, vegetables, and crafts at reasonable prices. But it is not only a way to support our local small farmers and artisans. With a few creative additions, it has great potential to become a much-needed destination for city residents and visitors from out of town, putting Hawthorne on the map as the place to be from 9 to 2 on a Sunday. The challenge will always be to bring more and more people to the market and help them and keep them interested. I suggest periodic surveys to find out what the people want, what new attractions they would like to see. Congratulations, Council and City Manager. You have hit a home run.
Thank you, ma'am. Juliet Ortiz Aramburo, El Camino College.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment tonight. My name is Julieta Ortiz Aramburo, and I'm the Interim Associate Dean of Counseling and Student Success and former 20-year Hawthorne City resident. And I'm here representing El Camino Community College District. We appreciate the chance to share our vision for local and affordable higher education, and just as importantly, to hear from you. El Camino recently launched the Join the Conversation campaign to ensure our community has a voice in shaping the future of El Camino College. We have been a cornerstone of the South Bay since 1947, serving approximately 33,000 students across nearly 200 degree and certificate programs. Our faculty and staff are deeply committed to equity, student learning, and student success. For generations, local students, including myself, and families have relied on El Camino College for affordable higher education, university transfer pathways, and job training programs that strengthen our workforce and economy. This institution is not just a campus, it is a part of the fabric of our community. At a time when California has the biggest unemployment rate in the country, job training is more important than ever, and El Camino College provides low-cost, high-quality education, workforce training. The cost of attending California's public universities is now at least 6 times higher than attending a community college, and that difference matters. Affordable higher education is not optional. For many families, it is the only pathway forward. El Camino College allows students to earn college credits, gain career skills, and transfer to four-year universities without crushing debt. We also offer early college access, enabling high school students earn college credit before they graduate high school. Recently, hundreds of residents responded to our community survey. They told us their priorities clearly: upgrading job training and vocational programs for careers that serve and protect our community, including nurses, firefighters, police officers, skilled trades, and construction workers. The top priorities identified were maintaining affordable higher education, preventing cuts to education, preserving transfer opportunities for students and veterans, protecting safe drinking water, and upgrading student safety. Campus safety remains a top concern, and while our campus is safe, we are committed to further enhancing security systems, lighting, and infrastructure to ensure students, faculty, and staff feel protected and supported. Now we want to hear from you. Your voice matters and your perspective matters. Please take a moment to share your feedback by visiting elcamino.edu/join-the-conversation. Together, we can ensure El Camino College continues to reflect priorities and values of the community it proudly serves. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yanira Sevillano, Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone present. My name is Yanira Sevillano, and I'm here on behalf of Patricia Donaldson, President and CEO of Hawthorne Chamber of Commerce, who is unable to attend due to illness. I'd like to remind everyone about Business and Restaurant Expo taking place this Thursday, May 14th, from 3 to 7 p.m. At the Memorial Center. We hope to see you all there. Please also join us for our meet and greet on June 9th here at the City Hall from 5 to 6 p.m. Additionally, the Hawthorne-Lawndale Ministerial Association invites everyone to attend our next ministerial meeting this Wednesday, which is tomorrow, 13th, at the Lawndale Westland Church, located 4455 West 168th Street in Lawndale. Prayer begins at 7 a.m. and regular meeting is at 8. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Gordon Michael Migo.
Hello, everyone. Gordon Michael Migo, native and resident of Hawthorne since October the 8th, 1952. In recent years, we have heard some comments about certain people and various things as a threat to democracy. We have seen the governor of California and the state legislature usurp the authority of county and city governments statewide on many issues, especially regarding housing. SB 9, SB 10, SB 79, and other legislation truly violate the separation of powers under the Constitution of the state of California. Our local elected officials, need to stop this tyranny. We, the people, expect it. Voters must wisely choose the candidates for office and decide important issues on the ballot in our upcoming elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Zambrano.
Good evening. On behalf of the Historical Society of Centinela Valley, I want to invite every one of you to mark your calendars for our annual barbecue, which will be the second Sunday of June. So look at there, you have quite a few days to plan. Yay! We always have a barbecue that includes beef and chicken and baked beans and coleslaw and the most incredible opportunity to discover what the first home of the entire South Bay looked like. It is still there. For those of you who don't know, it's a nationally registered site, number 312. Can you imagine we're that old? Actually, the site itself the house is 16 years older than the state of California. That's quite an accomplishment, isn't it? So please come and discover how all of our communities of the entire South Bay began through Robert Burnett and later Daniel Freeman, but the home was built by Ignacio Machado. And separate and apart from that, I noticed on your agenda as I came here today and almost went crazy, please do not do what the mayor of Inglewood did with billboards. We should be the exact example of what not to do when it comes to advertising while you're just trying to make sure the car in front of you doesn't stop, turn where it shouldn't, go when it shouldn't. So please be mindful as you consider any and all future advertisement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Renee Guy.
Hello, everyone. This is my first time speaking here. I've been here once before, but my first time speaking. I'm trying to just, I've noticed quite a few violations of a lot of different things that are going on within the city. I'm on Imperial Hawthorne side with the hotels over there, running water out of the hydrants into the hotels. I've talked to code enforcement here. It takes them 3 to 4 days to get back to me on anything. Oh, we'll check it out later on this afternoon. I said, well, the afternoon, the people are gone, doing different things, taking trucks taking up the streets over there, and a lot of the dumping from people's houses that are going out. When I call about those are taking 3 to 4 weeks to get out. The only way we got some stuff off the street 2 weeks ago, one of the homeless guys moved onto the couch, onto the curb. The code enforcement never came out, but I did call one of the officers. I told him it was a nonviolent thing. They just came out, asked the guy to move on. That's when we when we were only able to get some of the stuff moved off the street. I know it's a problem you guys are having, but I call all the time, and me getting responses back are almost, it's there, but it might be 3 or 4 or 5 days at a time. And I'm just trying to find a way, if I need to send you guys in you guys' offices pictures or different things that'll go on in the area. So that's it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Do you use the My 311 app, or you just call a telephone?
No, I usually call. I only call on a telephone.
If somebody could offline describe to him how to use the My 311 app.
Okay.
It's like an app on your phone that you get to report all these things, and it has a record that you made contact with somebody.
Okay.
And
can you can upload on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So I don't know if somebody in the back could help him set that up.
Okay.
Like today, yeah. I mean, I understand you're calling.
Yeah.
But this is kind of a more efficient way, sir.
Yeah,
Like, look right there. I think of the back, the little display up there.
Right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll get that.
But thank you. Thank you for keeping your eye out on these things on behalf of the city.
Well, it's about us all being safe. I mean, the different hotels, they had water hoses running up the telephone pole, across the sidewalk, up the electrical pole, across the sidewalk into the hotel. I'm like, come on, guys. From the fire hydrants multiple times. So it's about safety for everybody, you know.
Mr. Mayor, Sergeant Kemp is outside to get additional information regarding this issue, and I'm very interested to hear this location too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to address the city council?
The motels.
Please form a line. Let's let everybody kind of line up before you start, ma'am. Just that we could get everybody just, all right, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor and the council. I just want to say I've lived in Hawthorne for 3 years, and I love it. I'm originally from D.C. Love everything about Hawthorne. As far as trash, in D.C., we never knew when our trash was going to get picked up. And as far as city council, we never seen our city council unless it was election time. Farmers Market, we had a fight with that. Chief Police, you know how I feel about you, Chief. When we had trouble in our neighborhood, Chief took care of it, so I have nothing but good things to say. I love the way the Mother's Day, I hope that continues also. Katrina Manning, the mothers in my neighborhood love it. So I have nothing but good things to say. I met most of you, and I'm happy to be here, and I hope I can be of service. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I just want to say, give an honor to God and respect to my council members. I'm here today to speak on my love for the Mother's Day event, also the Women's History Month event. I've been a resident for 32 years here in Hawthorne. Raised my daughters here, my family, and I just want you to know how it impacts me. The Mother's Day brunch and the Women's Day event, they are both events that give recognition and empowerment. And why I say recognition, through that event, and I take my daughters and sometimes my sisters and whatever, because it's such a nice event, it gives awards and recognizes individuals for their work that supports the community, and also it makes it a better place to live. I mean, because people are being recognized for the work that they do, and they get awards. And it's really nice that our council people can reward the everyday people for the work, the volunteer work, and support that they give our community. Also, I like to bring attention to the empowerment that it gives. These events, both events at the Mother's Day and also the Women's History Celebration, they bring out speakers that really hits to what it is to the different walks of life, circumstances, and it imparts knowledge on how you could make, they show you how they made their dreams come true, and it also shows how you can get, you can make your dreams come through the perseverance and the effort that it takes not to give up. And again, my daughters got, took a lot from these events because it's people from all different walks of life. Another thing I like to put out for these events, I see that these events, they give support to small businesses, to the food vendors that take part, that support these events, to the entertainment, the people that put the decorations up, the photo booth. All these people are small business, and they are, partaking in these events, and they're benefiting from it. So lastly, I'd just like to say that these events are put on largely by sponsorship. So the people that are, being appreciated, recognized, empowered through sponsorship, I think Hawthorne is getting a big bang for the buck, because through the sponsorship, this is a small cost, and it's also uplifting your community and making your community feel that you're recognizing them. So I just wanted to say thank you for the events that you put on, the Mother's Day event, the Women's History Month. Appreciate it and keep doing it.
Anybody else wishing to address the council?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As most of you know, and everybody here in the community, my name is Melissa, and I also just wanted to come up and say thank you. I totally agree. The farmers market is amazing. It's so lovely to see so many great people out and about, and the music is great. Also, I got to go to the art fair. That was incredible too. So I know I don't get up and talk, but I just want to say thank you. You are seen. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being our city council. And it's really funny because I was just at Starbucks by Hawthorne High School this morning, and I saw this young gal. I am an alumni of Hawthorne High School, class of 1996, and very proud of it. And she said, "Can I sit down?" And I said, okay, and she got to tell me that she's graduating. So see, Hawthorne, it's a great city. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to address the council? If not, I declare oral public comments closed, so ordered. Okay, let's take a look. Hi.
Hi.
All right. It's good to see you. All right, so I didn't go over the decorum rules, but there's established decorum that we mentioned about 2-3 months ago. It all stands forever and ever. So I won't repeat that, but thank you everybody for abiding by that in the last meetings that we have had. So thank you. So, your consent calendar, Madam Clerk, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have 3 items on the City Clerk's consent calendar. They're items 1 through 3 for your consideration and approval. Item 1, the Finance Director requests approval of the warrants. Item 2, approval of waiver of full readings of resolutions and ordinances on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026 agenda. Item 3, resolution number 8602, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, authorizing the submittal of an application, acceptance of allocation of funds, and execution of a grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, for an airport improvement project, AIP, for the rehabilitation taxi N and S lighting, rehabilitate runway 725 lighting, rehabilitate airfield lighting vault, replace airfield signs and install airport beacon, construction project 3-0101-025-026, and authorizing and ratifying the Director of Public Works execution of grant documents for adoption.
I'll move.
Second. Please vote.
The votes are in. Voter reflects Mayor and Council voting yes.
Okay, thank you all. There are no ordinances at this time, but we do have some bids. Go ahead, ma'am.
Item 4, now is the time and place to declare publicly received sealed bids for Manita Gardens Mobility Improvement Project, Project 22-08. There were 6 bids received. All were accompanied by bidder's bonds. The prices are as follows. Onyx Paving Company, Incorporated, $5,158,650. They're of Yorba Linda, California. Second, All American Asphalt of Corona, California, $4,569,144. $5,569,144. Toro Enterprises of Oxnard, California, $4,757,530. Palp Incorporated, DBA, Excel Paving, Long Beach, $4,798,478. Sequel Contractors Incorporated of Santa Fe Springs, California, $3,971,450. Sully Miller Contractors Incorporated of Brea, California, $4,640,400.
I move that these bids be referred to staff for study and recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. Voting reflects Mayor and Council voting yes.
We have a second bid.
Now is the time and place to declare publicly received sealed bids for Hawthorne Housing Rehabilitation 2026 Phase 2, Project 26-2611. 2 bids were received. All were accompanied by bidder's bonds. The prices are as follows. Germax Construction Incorporated of San Fernando, California, $1,998,160. Classic Engineering and Construction, $1,350,950.
I will make a motion to refer these bids to staff for study and recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Item 6, please.
Now is the time and place to declare public receive sealed bids for digital billboards, Project 2612. There were 2 bids received. One was accompanied by bidder's bonds. The prices are as follows. Belco Elecnor, $1,293,800. Absolute Sign Incorporated of Los Alamos, California, $1,207,000.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
Yes. A second. Please vote.
The votes are in. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, we have a public hearing today on the budget, which is very important. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please, Madam Clerk, to please read the item, and then Finance Director Lopez will come to the podium for a presentation.
Item 7, now is the time and place for a public hearing on the proposed budget workshop department work plans presentation for fiscal year 2026-2027. No written communications were received.
Anybody wishing to speak on this item? If not, the public comments are closed for this item. Just go ahead, please, your presentation.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir.
before our finance director speaks, I'd like to say a few words on this process here. So I'd like to say good evening, Mayor, City Council. Tonight, we're just not presenting a budget, we're presenting something more than that. We're presenting the work and discipline and strong leadership of our City Council and a clear vision for the City of Hawthorne. This process started December 2025, and I want to be clear that this takes true responsibility and we take this serious. This was coordinated with month-long efforts, meetings, re-meetings to come out with the outcome that we have. What we are going to highlight tonight is public safety, our workforce, infrastructure, and city services. Felice is going to present the budget, and after that, I would like to call up 4 departments to talk about their budgets. That will be Hawthorne Police Department, Human Resources, Public Works, and Media. After that, if there's any additional questions, all departments are prepared to present additional information about their budgets. We're very excited. I think we're in a good place today with the leadership of Felice Lopez and her team. I think you're going to be very excited with the traction that we're making, with the vision that we have for the city and the sustainability. With that, I'd like to introduce Felice Lopez, our Finance Director for the City of Hawthorne.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, elected officials, all of our staff and residents. Thank you for allowing us to present the fiscal year 26-27 budget. We first would like to thank all of our department heads and managers for all of your help and cooperation in getting this completed. City Manager for your support through this whole process. And of course, my finance team, Miguel Alvarado and Venetia Castrello, who did a great job putting everything together. Our goal with this budget process is, as always, is to provide a clear and concise budget proposal to the City Council and to develop and maintain a structurally balanced budget that maximizes city resources necessary to build, sustain, enhance the city's future. The city is focused on financial responsibility and committed to transparency and community engagement. The overarching theme of this budget has been sustainable fiscal planning, public safety, infrastructure investment, and facility improvements. The city's focus is on long-term financial stability and responsible budgeting, along with allocating resources for community programs, road repairs, public transit, utility upgrades, and developing a proactive long-term infrastructure strategy to prevent costly emergencies. Decisions that are being made today will help maintain sustainability that will serve Hawthorne well into the future. The mission of the City of Hawthorne is to preserve, protect, and enhance the quality of life for those who live and work in our community by providing the highest quality services while utilizing fiscal responsibility. The core values which we as a collective group endeavor to follow are accountability. Decisions are made to advance the success of the city as a whole with attention to efficiency and effectiveness while accepting responsibility for the results of those decisions. Innovation, we promote flexibility while encouraging new and creative ideas to meet the changing needs of our community. Integrity, we are committed to the highest standard of moral and ethical principles, truthfulness and fairness in all that we do. Respect, we treat the public and our coworkers with courtesy and dignity. We value individual contributions while at the same time embracing diversity, thus fulfilling our motto of the City of Good Neighbors. And professionalism, we exhibit consistent, responsive, professional conduct demonstrating our dedication to public service. I will briefly discuss the budget process. As the city manager just described, it's a 4-phase process. Budget development, which the finance department handles starting in December and moves into January. Then the preliminary budget is put together once department heads submit their budgets on March 1st. And then we move into this phase, which is to propose the budget to council and allow you to review the budget. And then we move into the final phase in June, which will be to approve the budget. And we will move on to, if you would like to look at the details that are that I'm going to be speaking of, you can open up your binders to this first section, the summary section. It's got all of the details behind what I'm going to be summarizing, and we can stop at any point, and you can ask questions. Just let me know when you're ready to stop. Okay, so we are proposing an expenditure budget of $117,019,999. The first department that we're going to discuss is City Council and Treasurer. This shows an increase of about 3.27%. And the dollar value of that is $16,392. A decrease. There was a decrease in the city treasurer's budget of about $21,000 and a decrease of $21,000 in the city treasurer and an increase of about $4,800 in the city council's budget. For non-departmental, we have 3 parts to that. The total for non-departmental is $34,846,000, but that encompasses a non-departmental portion, which is $13,224,000. And that has an increase of about $117,000. This includes a decrease of property revitalization of $791,000 and a decrease in ARPA programs of $410,000, which are offset by increases in regional events, which would be for the World Cup, an increase of $52,000 there. Payouts for retirees and terminations of $200,000. An increase in economic development of $150,000, and retiree health, an increase of $700,000. The second portion of the non-departmental is Measure HH, which shows an increase of $46,936. This is an increase of $100,000 in 911 operations, $20,000 in emergency operations, and then it's offset by a $73,000 decrease in the gang unit expenditures. We also have the third part of the non-departmental, which is fire services. We have a $1 million increase in that, which is about 6.25%. So for fire services, we, over the next couple of years, are going to see an increase of over $2 million next year, and then just under $2 million in the following year. The county is also requesting for the city to maintain fire stations and possibly entertaining a new fire station. So we will keep you posted on that, but there will be substantial increases in the fire contract in the coming years. For city manager, we have a decrease of $112,000, which is about a 9.4% decrease. And this is a decrease of $63,000 in salaries and contract services. And contract services of $44,000. For city clerk, we have an increase of almost 96%, and of course this is because we have election cost this year, so they go from a $330,000 budget to $646,000. Election costs are $278,000, along with an increase in salary and benefits of $30,000 and contract services of $10,000. For the city attorney's office, we have an increase of $121,000 or 7.62%. In the city attorney's office, we have salary and benefit increases due to several positions being vacant last year, so they were budgeted at about half the year. And this year, due to more work being done in-house, those positions are now either filled or going to be filled this year, so they're budgeted at 100%. Also, for the city attorney's budget, they manage the workers' comp program and liability program. Workers' comp is going to increase by about $117,000, and this is primarily an excess workers' comp insurance. And the liability program will decrease by $2 million in claims and settlements, again, because of the work that's being done with our new city attorney. For finance, we have a decrease of $61,000. There's $60,000 in contract services, $15,000 in compliance and educational reimbursement, and that's offset by an increase in salary and benefits of $22,000. For business license, we have an increase of about $5,000, and that's an increase in salaries of $12,000 and contract services of $3,000, which is offset by a couple of different operating and postage for smaller amounts. Human resources will increase by about $117,000, which is about a 9.8%. The increase is $72,000 in salary and benefits, $50,000 in contract services, and with negotiations around the corner, HR has been authorized to look into a compensation study, so that's where that contract services amount comes into play. Is there any questions on this first page? If not, we can move on.
Yeah. Can I make a comment to the chair?
Yes,
to the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not happy at all with regards to fire services. That's just ridiculous. I mean, since I've been here, it's like increase after increase, and it's not just minimal, it's maximum. It's like millions and millions. And it's unfortunate because the last time they came here was just a couple of months ago. I asked if they could come back and report out to us. After all, it's our money. It would be nice to know what the fire department is doing in the city of Hawthorne and provide data with regards to how often they've been called out, what has been the call-out rate, if you will, for fire services. I know oftentimes a call-out doesn't require fire. It's a totally different type of scenario that happens in those situations, but I don't know. I'd like to see how we could brainstorm in the near future. I know at one time the city of Hawthorne had its own fire services. Right. And I've asked to a couple of folks in PD and you know what that was like, and I don't know why it was changed, but obviously now we're losing, in essence, a lot of money. I'm not trying to take away from our public safety here in our community. That's not what I'm trying to say, but we have had great efforts through our police department in their training and everything else that has come full circle with regards to safety, including a physician and training on other police officers to provide those same services. Again, I would like to hear from the fire department. I want to know, Vaughn, what exactly where our money is going to. And now we're talking about another fire station? Why? We're not San Francisco, we're not New York. We're a 5-mile radius city. You can see the fire departments in any area that you're at when you travel the city. So I'm concerned about that. and I'll talk about that more, but I'm not happy about the increase in cost. And I know it's not your fault, Felice, but I really want to rein in some of the costs that we're making towards the fire. And they can't even be here to tell us what they're doing.
And I think a lot of cities are having the same issues
Yeah.
as we are, so.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. Okay, we've got the police department with an increase of about 3.4%, which is about 1.8 million. 1.1 million is in salary and benefits. 200,000 of that is for an increase in overtime for the World Cup, which will be fully reimbursed by Inglewood once that's invoiced by the city. It's also related to community relations, SWAT training, and real-time crime center, which does the cannabis monitoring. And also there's an increase in liability insurance and vehicle rental of $661,000. For IT services, we have an increase of about 8.8%, which is $440,000. IT increased about $213,000 in salary and benefits. And again, this is another department where several positions were vacant in this current year or budgeted for only half the year. And for the next year, those positions are not budgeted for the full year. There's also an increase in operating costs for software licenses for about $227,000. For Public Works, we have an increase of about 5.7%, $225,000. There's an increase of $231,000 in salary and benefits due to adding a position to help administer their grant funds, $10,000 in vehicle rental, and then there's a small decrease in operating costs of $16,000. For planning, we have a decrease of 2%, about $61,000, and this is $61,000 in salary and benefits, and this is just due to hiring several positions at lower ranges that were budgeted in prior years at higher ranges. For building and safety, we have a decrease of 6.4%, which is about $125,000. There's a decrease of $107,000 in salary and benefits. This one is for positions that were budgeted for less than 12 months, and a decrease in operating costs as well. Then there's an increase in vehicle maintenance of about $12,000. For community services and media, we have an increase of about 5.3%, $348,000. Community services, salary and benefits increased by $274,000. Again, the same situation. Several positions were vacant in the current year and budgeted for only half the year. The following, in 26-27, those positions are going to be filled and budgeted for the full year. For media, we have an increase of about $15,000. So overall, we have an increase about 3.44% in expenditures. And for grants and restricted funds, we have an increase of $42.7 million, which is about 40%. And grants, just for everyone's knowledge, grants and restricted funds are specific to a program or a project. Those funds can only be spent on activities specific to the agreement or the funding source. So anything that we prepare for the general fund cannot be, these funds can't be used to supplement general fund projects. And then the grand total for expenditures is $266,454,000.
Police?
Yes.
All right. I'm looking at the public safety again because my colleague brought up a interesting point. So what was the total amount that the fire services has increased?
For this year is $1 million.
And
it will be $2 million next year and $2 million the following year.
And our police department, how much are they increasing?
About $1.8 million this year.
So it's a similar increase?
Similar increase. but we have more control over the increases with the police department, whereas with the fire department, we're just told this is what it's going to increase. We have no negotiation in that.
There's always an opportunity for negotiation, I believe, but I just think we shouldn't just say that we can't. I mean, go ahead. You have something you were about to say?
I was going to say it's not comparing apples to apples. Our workforce at the police department is much larger than the fire department's footprint in our city.
I got it.
So it increases. You can't compare the two. We have, X amount of officers, sworn, non-sworn, and to my knowledge, each firehouse does not have over 10 firefighters.
Yeah, okay.
So you're talking about, 30 to 100, staffing.
Okay, and I'm just gonna make a suggestion here, if possible, if you could, you're giving us percent increases, if in the future reports, you could incorporate that into the report so that we don't either have to calculate it or hear you say it, try to write it down, or calculate it separately, and then just put a percentage increase here for our, we don't have to do the work, so it could be easier to read. Whether you present it the way you have it right now, and give us a copy that has the notations next to it so that we could see it over here for our benefit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I asked that, so, yeah, thank you. Oh, and then you also said that, for clarification, you said that the 1.8 million out of that, what's the amount of that that's going to be World Cup related and be reimbursed?
About $200,000.
So then it would actually be increase of 1.5 million that we would have to.
Right, that the city would have to fund. The other will be reimbursed by Inglewood.
And since we're around 50 million, it would be a smaller percent increase compared to the fire. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on this next page, we show major grant and restricted fund increases. And as you can see, it's primarily public works, increases in clean water and air quality funds, and the gas tax, Measure M, Measure R, and Prop C, low impact development of rubberized pavement, public works street project funds of 5.8 million, and capital improvement increase of 23 million. And although we don't show it here, the Housing Authority is normally shows an increase. This year, we show a decrease in their programs. So Section 108 budget has decreased by 712,000, and CDBG Home combined, it decreased by about 1.4 million, and there's a slight increase in the property budgets of 41,000.
To the chair.
Yes.
The property budget are those for our owned property? That's
right. The Gale property, the Gravilla.
Okay. Now I have a question for you, because it's been on the news already that there's a potential to suspend the gas tax. That's been said, from what I understand in the news medias, that because of gas prices, that it's a potential that the president's looking at as an offset, if you will, for, helping out. However, here in the state of California, I don't know how that would go. I had made that recommendation to suspend the gas tax some time ago, a long time ago. But, I also understand we need it because those, obviously those dollars go to infrastructure and freeways, highways, byways, et cetera, bridges. So if it does happen, a gas tax relief, would that be an increase? Would that be a decrease for us in the next fiscal year?
That would
possibly?
be a decrease, and that would stop the progress on several of the projects that are going on.
I see.
Yeah.
So, in your opinion, it would not be a good idea?
No, because our city actually uses all of these funds to improve our streets.
Sure.
Other cities may not, but Hawthorne has consistently used their funding for improvements to streets and roads.
And as we all know, California is the most expensive state right now for gas. And that's really shameful, but okay, thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I know housing is not going to be presenting, so please can maybe Kimberly can explain about the housing, because I think the money from the HUD is the one who decreased, right? And to give us an idea why and if any, what's going to be affected,
Do you want her to come up now?
Yeah. Do we need to cover a lot more things other than,
Well, we have all the
till we get to
revenues.
hers?
Well, she can come up now, and then we'll continue. Yeah.
And then maybe you could do a recap of this whole paycheck real quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening. So can you clarify your question regarding the
Well,
funding?
because Felice mentioned about a decrease of 712,000, and then 1.4.
Right.
So can you just clarify, what those, because I know usually, housing, most of the money depend on the HUD's funding, like CDBG and home funds, right?
Right. So the $712 that she referred to was the Section 108 loan budget. We approved that a while ago, and HUD took a really long time to go through that process. So we had a reserve fund for the first payment and the interest payment. So since we didn't have to make those, we saved on that. So this year coming up will be the first year that we'll have to pay for that loan. As it relates to the combined decrease, we spent that money on housing renovations for the city-owned properties. So there was a decrease there because those projects has been completed and closed out. And as it relates to the housing property budget, there is an increase because we still have 10 units left to complete. So we're looking forward to doing that in the next fiscal year.
All right, thank you.
And the CDBG?
The CDBG I referred to was decreased due to the renovation projects that we completed in this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Felice, could you just recap that page? Just summarize it real quick?
Recap the grant.
Or just proceed however you would like.
Yeah, okay. All right, so this is just a graph of the expenditures by department and by category. So as you can see, the police department is 45% of the city's general fund budget. Non-departmental is 15%. Legal and administrative services is 7%. Public works, building and safety, and community services and planning are 13%. IT services are 5%, and fire services are 15%. By category, we can see that 52% is personnel costs. Contract services are 20%, maintenance and operations are 15%, and retiree and health and employee relations are 3%. So this also includes payouts for retirees.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Quick question, Felice. So the public works, for example, when you said the general fund is 13%, does not include all those other grants and money from, say.
Correct.
So it does. So it's just 13% comes from the general fund, but then their budget is bigger because of the other.
Right. Because of all the grants and
all the
restricted funds that they use. The sewer fund, the maintenance, they have so many different funds, but those are not included in this.
Correct, thank you.
But in your binder, under Public Works, you can see that all of those funds are listed. Okay. And for those that are that would like to review these documents, they are posted online. So if you go to the city's website under Finance, you will be able to find the documents that show all the details. Okay, and here we have our proposed revenue budget, which is $117,262,231. And we show an increase in our tax revenues of 5.2%, which is $4.1 million. There's an increase in sales taxes of $1.9 million, an increase in TOT of $1.2 business license of $1 million and $600,000 in franchise fees. And there's also a decrease in cannabis taxes of $1.1 million, but we do foresee that increasing in the coming year.
Where are those in this cover sheets? What page are those on? No, I don't. But you're okay. No, thank you. But you are mentioning some of. If you could include those in these sheets as well, kind of some of the stuff you're referring to right now.
On page 4.
Oh, you're going back? Okay.
In the summary?
In this book.
In the book.
Okay.
The
All
budget
right.
book.
All right. Only because you had that up. That's fine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, to the chair.
Yes.
So Felice, just clarified about that cannabis is not because they're not selling, is because we didn't accomplish all the sites that it was supposed to.
They were not all open at the same time, so that's why there were less revenue this year, but we are hoping that next year, once they're all open, that will increase.
Yeah, okay, so we estimated, but it came short because we didn't open all the 6 sites. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And license and permits show a decrease of 22%, which is 472,000. This decrease is 250,000 in construction permits and 255,000 in cannabis permits. And that's due to the permits that were issued last year that didn't need to be issued in this current year. In fines and forfeitures, there's no change. This is for parking citations and vehicle code fines. Revenue from use of money, again, there is no change to the estimated investment earnings. Rates have remained stable over the last few quarters, so we estimate that we will remain at that same level. Intergovernmental, state, and county, which includes VL8 and VLF and state mandated costs, increased by 3.7%, which is about 573,000. Service charges increased about 4.8%, or 236,000, and this is 100,000 in plan check fees, 200,000 in code enforcement fees, with small decreases in other line items. Other revenue is a decrease of 24%, or 800,000. The major decreases were in the water lease contribution of $400,000 and $400,000 due to the closeout of ARPA projects. So there's no transfer of funds that there have been in prior years. Program contribution, which is Prop A, and the airship contribution increased by $100,000, which is 4.35%, and this is for funding for transit safety. Overall, we have an increase in our revenue of 3.33%. And as I mentioned earlier, our expenditures increased by 3.44%. So there's a little bit of concern there that expenditures are increasing a little bit faster than revenues, but we'll bring you more information in the coming months regarding that. We have an increase in grants and restricted funds of 27%. So it's $126,047,000. Restricted fund balances for revenues that were already collected in prior years. There are grants or restricted funds that collected revenue in the prior years and are now being spent on projects that Public Works is working on. And that totals $23 million. So the total citywide budget for revenue is $266,454,000. Any questions here? The next page is just focusing on tax revenue. So our tax revenue is $83,763,000. As you can see, sales tax is the majority of that of the tax revenue portion. It's 47% and $38,900,000.
The City Council meeting is back in session at 7:29 p.m. Felice, could you please go ahead and continue? Felice Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to recap on this screen, we just have the tax revenue. 47% of the tax revenue is the sales tax. 6% is refuse franchise tax. 13% is property taxes. 3% is franchises. 1% is cannabis. 11% is business license taxes. 11% of utility users taxes. 8% TOT, and short-term rentals is $250,000, which isn't even a percent. And we'll go to the next page. This is just a recap in graph form of our proposed revenue budget of $117 million. And again, taxes are our major revenue source. which is 71% of our general fund budget. 47% of that is sales tax revenue. 14% is intergovernmental, state and county. 4% is from service charges. 2% is miscellaneous revenue. 2% is program contributions. 3% is fines and forfeitures. 2% is interest. And 2% is licenses and permits. And I will turn it back over to the city manager unless there are any additional questions.
To the chair.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this question is for you or to our city manager, but I know that we currently have a contract where they were going to find out the revenue for our short-term rental. And I know they said they were going to implement the program within 30 days, and I believe it's been 30 days. And so I'm just wondering, that money that they're going to get from that program, is that going to be included in this revenue for the short-term rentals?
That would be that $250,000. That's our preliminary estimate. They have not started collecting, but that is where that would be applied.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else?
I'll turn it over to.
Through the chair. So I know, Felice, that you don't have a magic wand, right? Because according to the LA County, that the sales tax is decreasing, right? Because of all that's going on with the inflation and stuff. So when you estimated this, for example, the sales tax at 47%, is that basis on our 25-26 budget, or you guys just estimated potentially?
This is
that's
based
what
on the consultant's estimate, and they do a lot of analysis on where we will be in the next 3 to 4 months, 3 to 6 months. So that came from them, but 47% is what our budgeted 26-27 amount would be.
All right.
And maybe, Felice, to Councilmember Montero's question, if we can talk about our top tax producers, or the top 3, and why we're very comfortable with this projection, which is gas.
Our top tax producers would be like the Costco's and the gas stations and our cannabis. Right now, those are the top 100. They keep falling into the top 100. So we're pretty confident that that's going to remain that way. So and we've been able to rely on our consultant for the past 5 years. They've done a really good job. So we are pretty confident with their numbers.
All right. Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes.
Just rolling back to Councilmember Manning's question with the Airbnb, it wouldn't be necessarily projections to what they're able to capture for us by July. That wouldn't happen, right?
For this year?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
We're only looking ahead. So once they start collecting, then we might be able to get an estimate. But because there's only about 6 weeks left in this fiscal year, we haven't even looked at that.
But we do go July 1 to July 1.
July to 1.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Maybe, Felice, if you can, if it's close to you, to provide what we brought in as far as this year on short-term rentals.
It's probably only been about 25,000, and that's just what our staff has been able to collect.
Correct.
So not the consultant, but just our staff has gone out and tried to collect on the information that they have on some of the short-term rentals that they've been able to find. But yes, we don't have anything from the consultant yet.
To the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sorry, they have not implemented the program yet?
No, they have not. We're in communication with them now. Obviously, as you mentioned, they have not met that deadline. What we don't want to do is start the process over. So I'm working directly with Chantel Dixon, our licensing manager, to press this company to get up and running. So we're working with them, and we're in constant communication with them.
Hi, Council. Yes, so we actually have, it's actually been started this week. but we have not collected our TOTs yet. And just for better understanding, our TOTs won't be collected TOTs are collected in quarters or months. As far as hotels, we collect them both in quarters, which are 3 months each, and we also collect them monthly. With our TOTs, though, in the new program, we won't be collecting them for monthly. It'll be quarter. So we won't really see any numbers probably until the end of September, and that's just still the beginning.
Okay. Thank you so much.
To the chair.
Yes.
Chantel, before you leave, what's the holdup? What's the issue?
Okay, so we finally got our processor going, our credit card processor with the program and the platform. So we need a little bit of training for that, but it is actually live, so I can actually see how many rentals that are available in the city for the Airbnbs. But yes, so we needed to get that straight. We had to get our platform with our credit card processors. They take, Visa, MasterCard, and then also our e-check. So those systems have to be tested so that, and then also there's the banking aspect. So we had to coordinate with finance to get the banking and the credit cards to coordinate, and then that's why.
But it's not the
taken a little
vendor.
bit. I'm sorry?
It's not the vendor that we're having a problem with?
The vendor, it took a little longer, but they're on track right now.
Okay, but there's an MOU, right?
For the vendor?
Right.
We have a contract agreement with them, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So can you provide us a follow-up at the next council possibly?
Yes, we can. So what would you like?
A more detail as where we are at, and
as far as the TOT collection?
Yeah. What? No, I think the MOU with the contractor, and just I want to follow up with
If
that.
we're on track?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
All right, well, I will
Tripping again, huh?
send it back to the city manager, and he will move on.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Felice. Great presentation.
Thank you.
So at this
Thank you,
time,
Felice.
as I mentioned earlier, that we're going to highlight a few of our departments, but all departments are ready to present. The 4 that we're going to highlight is going to be Police Department, Public Works, HR, Human Resources, and Media. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce our Chief of Police, Chief Lane, to give an overview of the Police Department and their work plans and their achievements. And with that, Chief, please present.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, elected officials, city staff, and community members. Today I'll be presenting the 2025-2026 accomplishments for the Hawthorne Police Department, as well as the 2026 and 2027 goals and objectives. The Hawthorne Police Department has continued to work in the community and provide community events. In 2025 and 2026, we conducted over 100 community outreach, Coffee with the Cops, Good Neighbor games, story time at the library, community deployments, and city events. Not included in this was also over 20 tactical medicine, CPR, first aid trainings for the community, where we provided over 325 first aid classes as well as first aid kits to the community members. Under Dr. Nakagawa's medical leadership, we also have a total of 15 officers being recognized later this year at the Medal of Valor in Torrance, as well as the EMS State Awards in Northern California for 15 different life-saving events that occurred this year in the city. Our training department continues to provide training to the police department in implicit bias training, racial profiling training, customer service, leadership, communication, and use of force, as well as making sure that our officers are up to date with state and federal laws, and providing the best training that our officers can have to serve the community. Last year, we also partnered with Community Services in order to host movies and concerts in the park, as well as movies in the pool. We also were able to accreditate our forensics lab, which was a 3-year program, and we were able to achieve that in just under 3 years. We are the first police department in the South Bay to have a nationally accredited forensics lab.
Yay!
Thank you, thank you. And we are actually the 6th in Los Angeles County out of 80-plus cities to have this national lab.
Yeah.
The police department has also worked with the city to open 4 of the cannabis locations, as well as get the video feed from inside of the dispensary and cannabis locations funneled to the police department, where those videos are monitored for community and business safety in our real-time crime center, as well as also in our watch commander and supervisors' offices throughout the day. Lastly, we also relocated and upgraded our real-time crime center, which was originally 1 desk. We have since moved that upstairs and provided the infrastructure, technology, and capabilities in order to monitor businesses as well as city cameras. Working with the Human Resource Department, this year alone, we conducted 4 police recruit tests, over 225 applicants tested for those positions. We were able to fill 6 of our vacant police officer spots, and we have currently 6 in police academies, which will be graduating at different points of this upcoming year. In the 2025-2026 work plan, we also created a gang analysis spot, and we were able to recruit for that and also fill that position. We added 1 jailer position and recruited for the jailer and also filled that. And then lastly, we filled parking enforcement officers, community service officer, and forensic supervisor spot for a total of 15 positions recruited and filled by the Human Resource Department in 2025-2026. During 2025-2026, we also made the below 4 promotions. We had a vacancy retirement in the executive assistant to the chief of police position, and we were able to recruit for that and fill that. That position came from our records management group. Because of that vacancy, we were able to recruit for records manager and fill that position. That just went to civil service last week, with records supervisor and property officer also coming in the upcoming few weeks here. Moving into 2026-2027, we have a very extensive recruitment and promotional plan process in place with Human Resource Department. We have to fill a vacant captain spot since my promotion to chief of police. We will have 2 vacant lieutenant spots and 3 vacant police sergeant spots based on retirements, laterals, as well as vacant spots. We will have another 6 to 8 police officer positions this upcoming year that we'll need to fill based on future retirements, as well as some long-term officers that will be coming off the books. We will need to increase and recruit for parking enforcement, 4 police cadet positions that will eventually be at the new senior center. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. And then lastly, an additional jailer position in order to have 3 jailers on every shift for safety of the in custodies, as well as booking of inmates throughout the day and shift. The Hawthorne Police Department has several contract services where we provide services to neighboring cities. With that, we generate revenue by providing these services while also not affecting our day-to-day staffing and overworking our staff. We have jail agreement with El Segundo Police Department for in custodies, booking, and housing. We have medical director services with the city of Inglewood, the city of Gardena, and the city of El Segundo. We work at SoFi in the city of Inglewood, where our overtime is reimbursed for our officers assisting with those events, which will have us at FIFA 26, Super Bowl 27 coming up. Those are some of the expenditure increases that was discussed by Felice Lopez. We also have contracts with the Social Security Administration and the DEA, where we have task force officers assigned to those positions. With those, we're actually able to hire back officers. They're funded, fully funded positions that allow us to increase our staffing while having relationships with officers on task force. Also tonight, we have our 2 school resource agreements going for Centinela Valley as well as Hawthorne School District, where we have officers assigned to those schools as school resource officers. And then lastly, with the accreditation of our lab, we have the potential ability to work with neighboring agencies to provide evidence processing, forensics evidence, investigative techniques, which we could then use later for contract agreements similar to Dr. Nakagawa's medical oversight. Also, we work extensively with the Information Technology Service, Josh Armstrong and his team. This upcoming year through grants, county funding, as well as asset forfeiture funding, we're also going to replace several of our license plate reader cameras that are old technology that have been down for about a year. That's at the intersection of 120th Street and the 105 freeway, as well as Crenshaw and Rocket Road. We are going to increase our city camera system along Inglewood Avenue, Hawthorne Boulevard, Prairie, and Crenshaw, some of our major thoroughfares where we have the most traffic, as well as where a lot of the commuters that are going to be attending events at SoFi will be traveling through our city. We are going to increase our drone launch sites at Holly Park, the city maintenance facility, and along Rosecrans and Hendry, where we will have drones with response time in under 30 seconds to all calls for service. Right now, we're averaging about 47-second response time with our drone to a call for service. This will cut that in half. On top of that, when a call comes in for 911, it gets generated to a dispatcher and then to an officer. This takes time, roughly a minute to 2 minutes, for the initial call to come in to our officer that's responding. With some of the technology that we've been able to implement with our dispatch center as well as information services or technology services, we have the ability to get those calls live. So instead of waiting a minute and a half, 2 minutes for the call to get broadcast, our officers are hearing those in real time, able to launch a drone to that location, collect evidence, and usually in some cases can actually cancel the call or de-escalate the call before our officer gets there. We're working with companies to create AI report writing in order to assist our officers with the ability to get in, document incidents, use their body cameras, write the reports, and get back out into the field in a much more efficient manner. Currently, it takes an officer anywhere from 2.5 hours once an arrest is made to book the individual as well as evidence and write the report. This could expedite that to under an hour. We are implementing what's called tail reader technology. So we're going to have like a license plate reader at the airport where we're going to be able to get the tail numbers of planes that are landing and departing to help make the airport safer as we move into FIFA 26, Super Bowl 27, as well as LA 28. As we've increased our accountability and planning for our forensics unit, we noticed that we need to do the same for our property unit. So when evidence is collected, it starts at our property room, and then it goes upstairs to our forensics unit where that evidence is processed and back to our property room. This year, we want to create a work plan to accreditate our property room. There's national accreditation for property rooms. This will allow us to complete a full inventory of our property room, which hasn't been done since we moved to our new station in 2006, 2007. We're going to be able to assess policies, procedures, create oversight, accountability, and eventually be able to have a fully accredited property room and laboratory held to the highest standards, both state and federal. And then lastly, the cadet program. I want to highlight this as the new senior facility or senior center opens at the Memorial Park Center. We're going to have 4 cadets that are going to work at the front desk there. They're going to be greeters. They're going to help provide safety and safeguard the new building. They're going to have a sergeant that's assigned to that location for them to be supervised and help teach them all the rules, culture, as well as policies and procedures of our city to create a new environment in the new building and make it very comfortable, safe, and welcoming to the community.
Chief Lane, can you explain what a cadet is? Is that someone going to the academy, or is that explorer that's promoting to an adult status employment?
So currently, the way that most of our succession works in our police department is we open a recruitment, and a lot of times it's our explorers, which are volunteers, they're high school students, maybe they're attending a junior college. They start there. They then apply for parking enforcement officer. They become parking enforcement officers until they become age 21 to 25, where they then usually apply for police officers. The cadet is a level above explorer and a level below parking enforcement. So it's a civilian position. It's not a police officer. It's not a sworn officer. But it will be somebody that's familiar with the community, somebody that's most likely from the community, probably a prior explorer that has aspirations to work with the city for a long time and really start there. They'll learn from police officers, they'll learn from parking enforcement officers and other civilian staff, as well as community park members that work at community services. And from there, that will be their entrance to city for long-term, hopefully, employment with our city. So to finalize the presentation, these are the areas that we're going to focus on in the upcoming year. Maintaining our forensics lab accreditation, so that is an ongoing process now that we have it. Every 2 years, they do a remote assessment, and every 4 years they do an in-person assessment. We're going to start the inventory and accreditation process for the property room to continue to build on our forensics lab as well as our property evidence collection. We're going to try to increase the number of hours in the real-time crime center from right now we're currently at 5 10-hour shifts. We're going to try to increase that to 5 16-hour shifts over time. We're going to implement new AI assisted report writing. We're going to continue to prepare for FIFA 26, which starts 30 days from today. We're going to work with community services, with movies in the park, movies in the pool. We're going to also work with the city to implement the time parking and permit parking throughout the city. Continue with opioid funding, LACADA, homeless outreach programs, and lastly, start preparing for Super Bowl 27 and LA 28. Any questions?
To the chair.
Yeah.
Yes. First of all, I want to say congratulations on your accreditation.
Thank you.
That is so awesome. I want to start off by asking you, you had mentioned about the crime center, but you said you want to increase the hours, and I was just wondering if there is a need to increase staff as opposed to hours.
So at the current rate, I think we can do it with our current staff. The ability with the technology that we have is we can funnel a lot of that information to our supervisor's office when they're working. They usually access it now, and as time goes on, as we start to build our staffing back, we'll assess that, maybe take some detectives from the Detective Bureau. They tend to cross over quite a bit on investigations that they work. But it'll be a process as we continue to hire and fill vacant spots. The priority right now is patrol, our patrol officers, first responding officers, make sure we have staffing in the field, and then we'll assess as we continue to grow.
Okay. My next question is, because of the National Lab accreditation, if we get outside contracts, will you need to staff more people to be able to handle those outside contracts?
So currently, the way that the process would look is the department that is responsible, if we went that route, would collect their own evidence as they do now. They would assess if that evidence is worth processing and worth have evidentiary value for it to continue, and then it would be assessed by our lab. We currently have 3 forensics senior forensics technicians as well as a part-time that could assess that and do that currently. At this point, we would not need to expand our program.
Okay. My next question is, so you talked about using AI to write the reports for the officers. So with that being said, would overtime decrease because of that?
So that's a good point, and it absolutely could. So the way that report writing is right now, if an officer needs to complete, if they have it in custody, somebody that they arrested, they have evidence, that has to be done by the end of their shift. So if that's at the end of their shift, they could be responsible to stay over in order to document, write the report. They also need to complete their reports before the end of their work week. Currently, we've been beta testing, sampling some of this, and it has decreased overtime for officers staying after work with this technology. We have roughly 10 officers that are currently using it. It was a 30-day trial that we've been working through the city attorney's office with it. And it has, it's increased the professionalism of their reports. Yeah. It's increased the accuracy of what they're trying to get across in a written report, as well as also decrease the overtime for them having to stay over.
I love that. And then,
Councilmember Manning, can I just interject on that question, and Chief Lane, you can explain it? This system is not writing the report for the officer.
No.
It's, okay, if you can explain that, please,
yeah,
just for the public.
So, one, there's a lot of rules and state laws that are currently being worked on this. So it's an ever-evolving technology and ever-evolving laws to govern this. It does not write the report. However, a lot of our report, everything we do is captured on video. We have body cameras, in-car cameras, there's cameras that we have in the city, and those can actually aid in documenting what it was exactly said. So an officer writes a report, they use their recollection, they try to remember, they use their notes. They can also use their video. However, a lot of these are also auto-dictated reports that the body camera is capturing what was said, analyzing it and drafting it into a report, and then the officer has to verify that. They have to go in, they have to select highlighted areas to make sure that it's properly documented. They have to change a few things in there, so it'll actually put some false things in there for you to catch before you can even approve it, to make sure officers are verifying, validating, and approving their reports.
Thank you. And I have 2 more questions, and I'll be done. So I wanted to know how many officers will be retiring next year, and then are we on plan to replace all of those officers that'll be retiring next year?
So yes, we have the budgeting for the replacement of them, and we have the process in place with human resource to recruit for those. We just did another recruitment test today. I believe we had 16 people that tested today. So just to give you some numbers, we have roughly 8 long-term injury officers or officers that are currently out. We are currently down 4 officers that we have not filled, and we have 6 that are in the academy. We're projecting to lose roughly 2 to laterals, so one's moving, or 2 of them are moving out of state. And then we have anywhere from 2 to 3 supervisors that will retire this upcoming year. They've completed their years of service, and they're looking to retire, as well as a few officers that will be coming off the books.
So within that, are we going to be promoting within those positions?
Yes. So the way that it currently, or it's worked historically, is, like I said, parking is our kind of our entrance level. It's explorer. They start in high school. We invest a lot of time into them. They see the value, the benefits of working with the police department. They become parking. And then really some of the best candidates, some of the best officers that understand the community the best have really started in parking, or especially through the Explorer program. So all of our internal promotions, or all of our promotions will occur internally. We have great staff. We have some of the best staff that we could ask for. We like to highlight them. We have a great succession plan, internal training program, and all of our promotions, both civilian and sworn, have come from within. Now, as far as the recruitment of new officers, we do open that out to anybody in the public, not just our parking or explorers. And it's usually 50-50 on who we hire. Like I said, this year alone, we had 225 applications. Of those 225, just to give you an understanding of the difficulties of hiring, we got 6.
Yeah.
So between people not passing the written, the physical agility, the oral interview, the background process, the psychological part, and or the medical part, out of 225, we were able to hire 6.
And my last question is that you talked about the drone flying near the airport. I was just wondering, like, how is that conflicting?
So once again, through Information Technology Services, as well as our relationships at the airport with Guido, we have a radar on top of the roof of the police department that shows the entire airspace for the South Bay. We also are in direct communication with the Hawthorne Tower. We have them that we communicate with them regularly. We know when a plane is in the area. We know if it's 5 miles out. We know if it's in direct pattern, as well as the drones have avoidance technology that when they sense a plane or a plane is nearby or any object, they actually move out of the way or they'll land.
Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to talk a little bit about your increase to cameras, the system footprint. I agree with the streets that you named that include Inglewood Avenue, Hawthorne Boulevard, Prairie, and Crenshaw. Especially Crenshaw in light of the pedestrian big rig incident that occurred. You know, a lot of traction happens with regards to social media, and so that was kind of one that I saw immediately. And then also, it's the other one that I was thinking about is I don't know the name of the restaurant, but there's a couple of incidents that happened on
Fabulous?
Yes.
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 So if you don't mind, I'll share with Fabulous. We have a great relationship with Fabulous. I've spoke to the owner several times since the incident has occurred. They were one of our initial what's called Fusus clients. So Fusus is the camera system that is currently in our cannabis locations where we have real-time access to those videos. They were one of the first adopters of that in 2023. We've been monitoring the cameras ever since. And when that call came out, his cameras and his system was what led to the apprehension of the suspects involved in that incident. Along with that, he has upgraded lighting, he's upgraded his exterior infrastructure, and he is really upset about what occurred at that location, and he's going to work hard with the city to do what he can.
No, I appreciate that. I've gone recently to Fabulous. A lot of changes has occurred, especially the additional lighting. So obviously, I could appreciate that. And when you talk a little bit about, like, for instance, Inglewood Avenue, the increase of traffic and whatnot, especially bringing in another McDonald's and what that looks like, there always seems to be, like, you know, speeding and racing, and that includes over in Prairie, where you could just hear racing and whatnot at early hours, right? And I think I've brought that to your attention. And I think at some point there was even cameras put at Costco to kind of monitor what was happening at Costco, because sometimes cars like to use that big open space and do the spinning over there. But I appreciate the additional cameras, and I think it's going to help, including our drone system. Since we implemented a drone, we've been very successful in a lot of efforts. And again, it goes to public safety and keeping the community safe. So I really support that. There was one other, I think I missed. Oh, here we go. So as we all know, we're doing the implemented pilot project for the meter parking.
Yes.
And I know you included that in implementation of the timed parking and permit parking program. Knowing that, are we going to increase our parking enforcement officers for those purposes? And on top of that, I kind of feel that as if they should also include monitoring the airport area, because there seems to be a lot of vehicles that are parking in handicap parking stalls that are not handicap plate card or license reader, handicap. So I just want to make sure that we're touching on all of that.
If I can go back real quick on some things you touched about on Inglewood Avenue and Prairie, as well as Crenshaw with speeding. With our Public Works Department, we've put out signboards, speed notices, speed trailers, and encourage people to slow down, as well as let them know that they're being monitored. A gentleman came in a few weeks ago, 132nd in Yukon, to discuss cars doing donuts in that area.
Right.
With the help of information technology, we were able to put cameras up there. And just today, we were able to capture some license plates of some cars that were doing donuts in that area. So they'll be getting notices in the mail today or I shouldn't say today, they're going out today, but they'll get notices in the mail of their illegal driving. So to answer that, those cameras, yes, they capture that. There's been other times that you've called regarding incidents that have occurred, and we were able to capture that. Lastly, as it relates to parking, with the new parking program, there's going to be a contract company, LAS, that's going to be handling the enforcement of that, which will minimize the work and increase of our staffing. However, we are continuing to use our part-time parking, full-time parking officers to enforce all parking throughout the city, including handicaps. And please, if anybody sees those, let us know. Use my 311 and we'll get out there.
Yeah, I just want to make mention that constituents call in with regards to the what do you call the donuts that they're doing, the
like street takeover or
street takeover. Yeah. These are usually happening early morning hours. But the reason they're calling city council is because they want to see how they could get rid of those marks, right? And in doing that, you were able to look at cameras and find who was actually doing it, confiscate their cars, and do what you need to do, which is great. I love our little city in a sense, maybe not so little anymore, but we're still able to manage, through drones and other efforts to assure that whoever is damaging our city and our property obviously would pay for it. It's just really sad that we're not able to replace back the plaques and the things that we've had stolen here at our city hall and other places. But I appreciate your presentation and everything that the police department is doing, and especially your forensic lab. I know it's been in the making, but it's good to know that you were finally certified. But thank you all.
Thank you. And as far as the donuts go, when that occurs, they also get a bill from the Public Works for fixing the streets.
Yes, thank you, Public Works.
That's followed up because of the relationships we have. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
To the chair, don't run away,
okay.
Chief. I just
You got me right before I left.
I just want to say, very comprehensive detail about the police department and the goals and objectives and all the accomplishment. So congratulations, all of those, and especially, for 100 outreach throughout the community is tremendous. It's tremendous achievement, especially to keep our community informed. And congratulations again, for the certification, for all the 15 officers going to be awarded, Medal of Valor next Thursday, and then all the accomplishments that you guys have done. And again, thank you for the National Bike Month this month, right? You guys is out there and make sure that the bike cycles and the bike riders are safety and correct, doing right things. And my last question is, I didn't see on your report about that the airplane. What's the status of the airplane?
So the airplane will be coming to you probably next month regarding a service that's needed on it. The airplane, so the helicopter is sold and is no longer property of the city of Hawthorne. The airplane does fly. It flies roughly 2 times a week. It supports patrol functions as well as our narcotics team. It has apprehended several residential burglary suspects in the recent few weeks. When we come to discuss that, we will provide a presentation and an update on it. But we are doing that right now currently through contract services for the pilot, as well as our officers observing. And we are using it sparingly and with the intention of making sure when it's up, it's utilized for the right resource, the right responsibility at the time.
And thank you again to maintain the school resource office, for all these years. So, because some of the school resource officers have become, chief and captain. So, congratulations.
They have. Chief Tomatani.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, let's try to speed this up. We have one more.
Well, yeah, to the chair real quick. I just want to make mention that I did get and I'm sure we all got it, your report on e-bikes and what's happening with that.
Yes.
I've had businesses call me. There seems to be a problem where the old, what was it, the buffet place over? Hometown Buffet,
Okay.
that block right there, people are coming out and bikes are rolling through. I mean, I know you're trying your best, but just if that area, it's right across the street from the police department and they're flying through there.
We did 2 Office of Traffic Safety enforcements last month. We have another 2 planned coming up for bicycle, e-bike safety as well as enforcement. Officers have been trained in it as well as updated laws, and we are regularly monitoring that, and our traffic unit's very aware of it, and they're out there trying to enforce it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Fantastic.
All right, thank you, Chief. Great job. We have 3 more presentations left. I will ask staff to expedite their presentations in the sake of time. Next, we have Erica Lampkin from our Human Resource Department. She's the director, and she's going to give an update on one of the things that we value very much here, our workforce, and how her budget's going to assist her in performing what she's going to present her budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and remaining council members. I am Erica Lampkin, your Human Resources Director for the City of Hawthorne. And the department statement is, Human Resources is working to create a culture in which employees are engaged throughout their employment life cycle with the city. That's important. Tonight, I'm going to talk to you about the 2025 accomplishments. I'm going to talk to you about some strategic priorities, some policy and compliance operations that we're going to be doing, and some goal and objectives. In 2025-2026 fiscal year, we recruited or opened 51 recruitments from July 1st to the present, 51 recruitments. That's a daunting task, but it's a good task. It means the city is growing. We have improved communication by creating a employee newsletter, and it focuses on the employees and all that is happening within the city. We've offered a couple of lunch and learns by partnering with a couple of community colleges to help employees advance their educational goals. We've increased employee engagement by hosting a number of citywide events. We added a human resources analyst to our budget in an effort to keep up with all the things that are happening within the city. And one of my most prideful things was we hosted 2 trainings this year, one in January that was all employee, and then we had our first mini conference style training. During that training session, we had a disaster service preparedness, disaster service worker trainings to let employees know what their responsibilities are during an emergency. Some of the things that we're going to be working on is developing a succession plan that formalizes how we're going to grow and deal with absences once people retire. We're also going to focus on implementing the HR modules that were purchased a few years ago, and it will help with our reporting and making us more efficient. We also have a wellness incentive that employees have, and we are engaging employees monthly with wellness plans and wellness opportunities. For the month of May, we have a step challenge, and people are trying to get steps to win prizes. We are also going to revitalize our recognition programs for our city employees. In the area of policy and compliance, excuse me, we have a lot of policies that are not necessarily up to date, and so we are going to focus on aligning those with the current laws that as they exist now. We're also going to revise the employee handbook, and we're going to focus on our records management. In 2026 and 2027 fiscal year, the department will continue to invest in people, systems, and organizational culture to ensure the city remains a competitive employer of choice. The focus remains on building a resilient workforce supported by strong leadership development, modern HR systems, and a commitment to employee wellness and professional growth. Some of the things that we want to accomplish in our department is enhancing organizational efficiency, maintaining compliance, and creating best practices while building a resilient workforce and strengthening our leadership. I thank the City Council for your support. I thank the City Manager for his support. And Human Resources remains committed to supporting our workforce and organizational excellence. If you have any questions, I'm here for you.
To the chair, I just want to commend you, Ms. Langer, because since you took over that HR, you have done a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, because I remember before HR was like a hell for a lot of the people, and you have made it a haven to everybody, and you are such an inspirational individual that transcend all other departments. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that.
To the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make mention how the staff, what was it? The staff
training, the conference
training we did recently.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to attend, and I did that on my own will. I was there from 8:30 to 4:30. I managed to participate in a number of discussions from various departments, and I love the fact that it was our departments talking to our staff about what they do, and basically providing just general information, which I learned a lot from. And I'm glad that I was able to stay as long as I did, because I made a commitment to our workforce, because this is, we're in a position of serving as electeds, but the real work is in the workforce. And so I saw that, and being a part of with police and everybody, I was just an attendee. And I like the fact that it was a great turnout. Everybody participated, everybody stayed, and did their routine, going to see every session. And I'd like to see that again in our next year. And I even made a suggestion that Public Works personnel should maybe provide a presentation and just provide what they find or what they come across as staff when they're out there. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
But
and
we appreciate them, and we'd like to hear what maybe suggestions or recommendations they make to make improvements in that area.
When I plan for next year, I will include them in my research.
Yes, but as Councilmember Montero has mentioned, it's a full circle, and it's one that we truly enjoy. Your leadership and everything that you've implemented since you've come has been a game changer for the morale and just for the teamwork, and it shows, and it's through Again, under the leadership of our city manager and everyone else that manages their department, everyone's been doing a great job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Great presentation. So next, this department is very important. It's our Public Works Department, and one thing I asked them to focus on in this presentation were grants. We all know they manage projects, they help with capital improvements, but I think it's very important as I attend city manager conferences and I see these other cities bragging and boasting regarding grants. The City of Hawthorne has mastered this process under Akbar Faroki. And Selena, she's a great number 2, and she's doing a great job, and she's going to go over some of the initiatives that we have in Public Works and really hone in on the grants and how grants have helped us with our infrastructure and our capital improvement projects in the city. Thank you, Selena.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and elected officials. My name is Selena Acuna, Public Works Manager, and I'm here tonight to present the Public Works Budget Overview. So tonight's presentation will cover 3 main areas. First, I'll provide you with an overview of the Public Works Department. Second, I'll discuss the capital improvement projects and explain to you where investments are being made. And I'll highlight our plans to move forward in the next fiscal year. So one important thing to highlight is that Public Works operates primarily through outside funding sources, meaning that only 4% of our budget comes from the general fund. This helps support services like building maintenance, graffiti, special events, local match for some of our capital improvement projects, and also airport maintenance. So this slide highlights our grant performance for this fiscal year. As I mentioned, grants do make up 96% of our budget. This past year, we actually submitted a lot of applications for an outcome of $33.9 million. From that amount, 22.1 was awarded, and we are pending review of 5.3 million. As you can see in the green, so overall, this demonstrates that our department is having strong success in bringing in external funding. These are just some of the grants that we're waiting to hear back on. The Water Tower Development Project includes a $2.5 million request through the Land and Water Conservation Program. In addition, we've submitted applications for surveillance cameras. This will help us with our bulky item program, helping monitor hotspot areas. In addition, we submitted a $2 million request for the Senior Center project and $800,000 for the Memorial Park bathroom remodel. So these are the key infrastructure areas based on funding. So this slide kind of highlights where the funding we received this year. So that includes airport, parks and community, streets and mobility, facilities and environmental. So as you can see, environmental is the least amount. However, it's important to note that overall the funding for environmental is not as much as compared to any large infrastructure grants. So that's why you see a smaller amount. And I also want to note that airport was our highest awarded amount for 8.8 million. This was due because FAA contacted us and let us know that there was extra funding available, which we were able to take advantage of. We did have a shovel-ready project, which put us at a higher competitive rate than the rest of the applicants. So currently, Public Works is managing 36 active projects, which represents millions of dollars in investments. We submitted 30 grant applications. This slide I wanted to highlight because it shows that we compete with some of the wealthiest beach cities in the South Bay, and despite having fewer resources, our team continues to secure major grant funding through our hard work and having those shovel-ready projects. It's important to note that 90% of our designs are done in-house, which really puts us at an advantage when we're competing towards these grants. This slide just highlights our total portfolio for the next 5 years. So we are working with 148 million from now until 2030. This past year, we did complete 7 projects. We are under design for 13 projects. We are out to bid or under construction for 12 projects, and we are waiting MOU for 4 projects. This is a total of 36 active projects in various phases. This slide just goes into details as to what projects are under which category. And this roadmap represents our 5-year capital improvement plan. So Public Works is managing multiple projects across several years, and this image just shows how many projects we plan to complete for the next 5 years. So if you take a look, in 2026, we are focused on delivering critical infrastructure facility and maintenance projects. Those include the maintenance facility completion coming up in August, is super close to be completed. In addition, the senior center project, which is scheduled to be completed by September of later this year. In 2027, we begin expanding into larger corridor projects, which include the Imperial Highway Improvement Project and Crenshaw Boulevard. In 2028, as you can see, it's going to be one of our busiest years. Our priority that year will be the City Hall Phase 1 project, which includes the underground parking structure. In 2029, our shift focuses more towards the airport fencing project. We just received the $1.3 million grant to replace the entire fencing for the airport. In addition, we plan to complete the City Hall Phase 2, which includes the expansion of City Hall and also the Civic Park. In 2030, the city will be advancing into major long-term resilience projects, which include the seismic retrofit of the existing City Hall, the high water tank, and the Memorial Park, and also the completion of the mobility hub, which is, we just received a grant for $1.8 million to construct a parking structure over on Doty and El Segundo. So looking ahead in fiscal year 26-27, Public Works has several major priorities. This includes transitioning to a new water operator. So Cal Water's lease actually expires in August of this year. However, we do have a new service provider who's ready to take on with the new responsibilities. We also anticipate the completion of big projects like I mentioned, the senior center and the maintenance facility. Additional priorities include parking pilot program evaluations, the parking structure design, as I mentioned on Doty and El Segundo, and the adoption of a citywide sidewalk policy, so working with our attorney to adopt that. I know it was mentioned, I wanted to include the bulky item program in this slide because I know there's potential that we may go into the 410 schedule, and we just wanted to highlight that with this new proposal, we will be increasing bulky item services since we will be changing or reorganizing our street division. Now we'll have people here on Fridays and Saturdays as well. So the department will continue providing full services without interruptions. Overall, our goal is to stay competitive by keeping those shovel-ready projects ready to go. And by doing that, we want to create a grant-focused workforce. So meaning we want to cross-train all our employees so that they're aware of how grants work. So by attending webinars, trainings, making sure that they understand what grant guidelines and how they work. In addition, I think something that differentiates us from other cities is that we lobby for ourselves. So we try to go to these board meetings and present on the projects and try to answer as many questions as we can when they do go for up for board approval. So this concludes the presentation. Thank you for your continued support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Selena, City Council, I noticed that, my office will take ownership of that the presentation that was printed out for you was not the most recent. So Selena, some of the slides they did not have, but I understood the information, and I will have staff email City Council the most recent PowerPoint. Thank you.
There was only one page that was missing. Oh, okay. So before I ask, Selena, thank you very much, because it's true that grant is very important. And one of the slides that you highlight when you said something, the shovel ready, and I have to be the witness and testify and said, yes, we are always shovel ready, because at the South Bay COG, all the 16 cities, when I go to those meetings, some of their projects, they've been on the books for many, many years that have never begin and never ends. They keep it there. Or millions of dollars stuck in those projects that have never been started or completed. So Hawthorne, we always on the forefront of saying, we are ready. Give us the money, we'll do it, right? Like we fought for $1.8 million for the parking lot at El Segundo and Dory because they were not going to give it to us, but we fought. You know, you were there, DJ was there, and I helped you guys fight for that money. So thank you, because when you guys write grants, and if we don't, like you said, if people don't go to those meetings, you will not get those monies. So that is where Hawthorne is like the third place over here on this chart, the highest to get all this money. So again, my head goes off to you and the department. And Akbar, thank you for all the work you do. And it's Akbar's birthday, so happy birthday, Akbar. So keep doing what you guys are doing, because infrastructure is very important. Our roads is very important to maintain. And the cleanliness of our city is important. So those bulking items and all those trash we need to clean up, right? Especially for the World Cup and 27 Super Bowl and Olympics. So we need to keep going. So I know you guys have been doing tremendous work out there. I have not seen a lot of trash, to tell you the truth, especially on Menino Gardens area, because I drove there every day. So you guys continue to pick up those bulk items regardless. So all this work you guys have been doing, look, 36 different projects and total almost $150 million. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. To the chair.
Yes.
I just want to echo what my council colleague said. I have shoveled a lot of dirt in the last 4 years, and so I've been privileged to be a part of a lot of the groundbreakings, and it's such an exciting moment. And a lot of people say, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? We currently have our newsletter that we have that talks about all of those groundbreaking moments that we have on a consistent basis. So if you want to know what we're doing, all of the shoveling we're doing on the groundbreaking, take a look at our newsletter, because we are definitely groundbreaking and getting all of those grants like you mentioned. And so I also want to commend you guys, because you guys are right on it. Like, it takes you no time to find a grant and apply for a grant. You're always thinking ahead of time, and you're in line with, you know, what we're trying to do and the vision that we have for the city. And that's so important, right? Because that protects us from always having to come out of our general fund when we get those grants. And it helps us keep our revenue. And so I want to commend you and Akbar and the rest of your team for all of the hard work. And I also like the idea that you guys are going to continue to improve your education on getting more grants, right? And really learning as much as you can and improving, because that's so important, because the rules consistently change as, you know, you're getting money from a different prop, you know, Prop 4, Prop 68, the grants change. And so continuing to educate yourself on those changes in those grants, I just want to say thank you guys so much. Thank you.
And to the chair, and congratulations on that $1 million for our new park that's going to be on Turo and Ramona. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
The chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Selena, and thank you, Akbar. I've always brag about public works because, you know, at the end of the day, infrastructure is everything, and that includes all of our roadways, our streets, and as we now know, 3 capital projects, including some 36 other projects that we have. And to know that we only operate off of 4% of our general fund, that's knowledge, and that's just, I mean, for me, that's like, wow, I didn't know that, right? I'm impressed by that, because the rest of the monies that are coming through are due to grants. And it's the individuals that write those grants. And I know it's time consuming, it's a lot of work, but at the end of the day, we're flourishing for it. And when we had our staff retreat, when I attended and I learned some of the things that you guys were doing with regards to grants, I was amazed. And it's just a few of you. It's not like a whole bunch of people writing grants. So every day, that seems to be the goal in your department. And I just need to commend and applaud all of you that are making those efforts because it's showing. Eucalyptus Park, all the parks here in the community, I know that the residents here, especially families, appreciate that because it's been a long time coming for our park improvements. And the most recent one, Eucalyptus Park, that's a huge park. And the partnerships that we have, whether it includes Dodgers or other efforts through conservancies, all of those are game changers for Hawthorne. And it's my hope that we just continue in those efforts as we grow and we continue to capture however much we can. And I look forward to seeing what our new city hall is going to look like and the landscape of what that's going to provide for the general public and for community to come and participate in that. I kind of sometimes wish that we didn't have a railroad so close nearby because, we want to be able to enjoy the outdoors of City Hall and see all the walkways and all the trails that are going to be implemented there and the greenery. But great work, great presentation, and happy birthday, Akbar. And thank you so much to Public Works to continue the bulky item pickup effort if we do go to 410, which I'm sure we are, to know that there's going to be an ability to continue services, especially for bulky item, because once we don't do that as much, it starts to show. And so I'm glad that we're going to continue that effort and assure that we're calling to have our bulky items picked up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Done.
One last scheduled presenter.
Okay, well, it's 8:30, so.
It's going to be Eric Chavez from our media department. As you saw today, Eric, if you can come to the mic, we had a power outage, and thank you, Councilwoman Reyes English, for looking into that and giving us the update from Edison. Eric was right on the spot communicating with me to the City Council on our system coming back up. He's a very hard worker, dedicated to the city, great experience, and I think this item here in our budget is very important as we communicate with the public. As Councilmember Manning said, our newsletter, which he pioneers. I think these items of communication is just as valuable as all the other departments because how do we inform our community what's going on if we can't communicate with them? So Eric's going to go in, give a deep dive of what we do in his department or what he does in his department. And please ask questions as we want to educate the public and our city council and staff on what we do on a day-to-day basis in the media department. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much, Vaughn. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Eric Chavez, supervisor for our media department, and I'm here tonight for a brief presentation on our 2026-2027 narratives. Changes from a prior year, we had an addition of 2 full-time staff members. One of them was an addition, the other one was a replacement for someone who stepped away. So in reality, we only added 1 more full-timer, but with the expansion, it was necessary to support the growing volume of media coverage, particularly across our social media platforms. Our 2026-2027 work plans, we are going to continue to bring programming and city updates to our Hawthorne residents and employees through videos, social media, newsletters, and what you see on the City Hall display cases. All the pictures from the events that we cover, we display them here for the public to come in and see what's going on around our community. We're going to continue creating content on social media platforms. With the addition of the extra full-time employee, we can now produce even more social media video content to go along with the pictures. In addition, we will continue posting all job openings on the city's LinkedIn accounts. We will continue to do cross-training with all our staff to do multiple jobs. Our goal is to be able to cover any position if someone isn't available to come cover a shift, give more opportunity for our staff to grow. We're doing a full campaign to showcase all the FIFA 2026 and upcoming LA 28 to show the community what our city is doing for these major events. We're going to continue on the success of the Hawthorne Eats with similar social media programming with more Hawthorne businesses. That's our goal, showcase more Hawthorne businesses where people could come and enjoy. And what you showed us earlier, Councilwoman Manning, continuing the printing of our City View monthly newsletter and advertise the digital version on social media. You can find a printed version of our newsletter here in City Hall. And that's, we get information there from Public Works, the police department, all the community events that we cover. It's all in a short magazine, or not magazine, a newsletter for you guys to see what's going on. We are also in the planning phase of our media department in the new City Hall. Here are some examples of some of the things that we're trying to see how we could utilize ourselves there. We're trying to do field trips from schools and see an actual production taking place in real time with the two-way soundproof glass that we will be incorporating into our new studio that we will be having there. We have a great relationship with our school districts, the Hawthorne School District, the Cincinnati Valley Union High School District, and we could build on a partnership to help their media classes that some of them have to come see what it's like to do a real production and hopefully get some of those students to work here in the future. Create an internship program where we could get students and teach them the video production with our new studio, the new employees in the future. Incorporate digital monitors and LED walls to promote city events, programming, pictures, and activities. Instead of having printed pictures like you see here, hopefully have a nice digital wall and update it even more frequently. New stuff comes out, just digitally put it up there. Implement next day delivery of events via social media, thanks to the Always Ready studio with green screen ready to shoot at any time. And same day headshots. If we get new employees, everything's gonna be ready. All the lighting, everything's gonna be there. Just come in, go to a room. I'll be able to snap some pictures and get their IDs ready or their pictures for email counts, everything we use them for. 2026, 2027 work plans. Continue to have bi-weekly meetings with Tripepi Smith, which is a marketing, technology, and public affairs firm who specialize serving local governments to strategize press releases, help us spread press releases to a broader audience, and get analytics with our social media and recommendations on how to expand our reach. We transitioned to using CapCut desktop editor for all our social media reels. CapCut works better with the hardware that we use to record our video content. We are testing out the latest updates of Premiere Video Editor, focusing primarily on the object masking tools in preparation of the content we will be recording once we have our studio. Alongside Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Lightroom, Adobe After Effects, Adobe InDesign, and Canva, we are technologically up to date on software for future programming. And with that, any questions that you guys might have? Thank you very much for having me.
To the chair.
Yes.
As you know, you guys are fully aware of how much I appreciate you guys and the work that you've done, because I gave you guys a certificate of recognition. The work that you guys do is amazing, and I will say that, you know, initially when I came, the following that we had on social media have substantially increased, and now I feel like when we have our city events, there's so many more people that are attending, and I truly believe that because of the work that you guys are doing, more people are seeing our events, they're hearing about them, and now we're getting way more people that are coming out to engage with us, and I really believe it's because of the efforts. I also want to say that the work that you guys do every week when you're putting the pictures out there, that's a very time-consuming thing to do, but every other week you guys are putting pictures out there of the events. So you're giving the community different ways to know what we're doing, to also engage with us. And so I just want to say I commend you and your team for the work that you guys are doing. And it just seemed like every other month you guys are coming up with new ideas, whether it's through LinkedIn, through Instagram, all of the things that social media has to offer. You guys are the best. And even the social media reels, I've noticed from when you guys started until now, how much more creative that they are, and the designs of the videos that are happening. Super cool. So you guys are doing a fabulous job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Louis who does all the reels, and that's the extra person that we brought in full time. So he's doing a great job with the reels.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eric, thank you very much because, your department is one of those departments that have grown so much with a few people, right? You guys have done so much for these past couple of years that is tremendous. So I have to say thank you, because when Vaughn promotes you as the communication director, right? I don't know if Vaughn did it, but, I give him the credit because you guys work together very well. But because before it was just a little thing, but now, you have transcend, everything, from the social media, from Facebook, Instagram, and actually, you guys show us what you can do during the Hawthorne Eats. You guys did a fantastic job highlighting all those restaurants and the color, even the videos, the color, the production, the quality was fantastic. So that is where, to me, we have a jewel down the basement that have spawned, and then now we see it, right? So continue to do that because I think your department is going places. But I don't want you to go nowhere. Because I know you were looking for, you bought a house of mess, but so I'm keeping an eye on you. So
Thank
anyway,
you very much, Councilman.
But congratulations, and tell Louis and Jason. Look, Jason, I saw Jason with diapers because I know his mom. So he grew up, now he's working with us. So those are the kind of things that I want to see, people, advance in our city. They've been here, they grew up here, they went to school in Hawthorne High, the mom worked at Hawthorne High, so now he's a production here at your department. So it's fantastic to see that, so thank you.
He's one of the ones that's benefiting with the cross-training. He's really picked up a lot. So he started as a reporter, now he's editing, he's anchoring, he's doing teleprompter, so he's going.
And I'm glad you're going to bring the Centennial Valley with the high school, all those academies, because they have a production thing there. So you guys can do a great team together. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
To the chair. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the presentation, and your department has definitely grown. It's grown in social media for sure. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing on a team that are amazing, because you all worked collectively together to do a little bit of everything, and it shows in our social media, and it shows in our newsletters and everything else that you're doing. So kudos to you and your department. I'm learning Canva. It's a little tricky, but my daughter helped me with that, and it's quite interesting. And I have the state-of-the-art Alienware, so I'm learning too. And I'm glad that all of this that you're saying I have a little bit of knowledge of, because you need the best to be able to do your editing and just everything that you do, your graphics, everything from implementing your newsletter especially. And the pictures that you take are always right on point. So thank you so much for your efforts, your team's efforts, and I'm glad that we have full-time staff, because that's exactly what we need to showcase Hawthorne and what we're doing in the city, which is all good. And I think there's a little bit of envy from some folks, but I appreciate what Vaughn is doing in helping to grow our city through social media, and especially bringing in talented students so that they could learn too. And I'm sure they're going to be mentored by you and give them an opportunity to maybe go to one of their cities in the near future and see what they could do for them. So thank you.
Thank you for the support.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to bring up Felice to conclude the...
Yes.
If there's not any more questions, I'm sorry.
I have no questions.
If Felice can come to the mic, and at this time, if there's no recommendations from City Council, we can take recommendations for the proposed budget. If not, Felice will ask for approval or support to move forward. So I will turn back the presentation over to Felice Lopez.
Hi, as City Manager mentioned, I would just like to request that City Council approve the recommended motion to receive and file the budget workshop.
I so move.
Second.
And thank you, Phyllis, for everything. That was wonderful.
Please vote. Please vote.
The votes are in. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Thank you to staff for all the hard work. You guys put a lot of work. Always do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Felice.
Thank you, Vaughn, and for your leadership on this one.
Everybody.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
City attorney,
All right.
everybody.
Madam Clerk, item 8, please. Go ahead.
Item 8 now is the time and place for a public hearing for a letter agreement by and between the City of Hawthorne and Space Exploration Technologies Corp., SpaceX, regarding crosswalk improvements on Jack Northrop Avenue. No written communications were received.
Are there any comments on this issue, on item 8, from the public? Public comments? If not, no? If not, I declare public comments closed. So ordered.
Communication.
We returned it public comments now, so. Go ahead. Staff, do you got any report on this? Okay, so if not, I'll just make a motion to accept this. Please vote.
To the chair.
Yeah?
Can we please have the city clerk read the description of what we're actually voting for? So that we could vote?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you need to, did you read it or no?
I did. Want to read it again?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now
there
is
was
the
a
time and
pub-
place,
yeah.
item 8, now is the time and place for a public hearing for a letter agreement by and between the City of Hawthorne and Space Exploration Technologies Corp., SpaceX, regarding crosswalk improvements on Jack Northrop Avenue. No written communications were received.
If you could continue to the staff recommendation, please.
A motion and a second have been made.
Yes. Is to accept, is to,
She doesn't have to read it.
yeah.
Okay, please vote.
I thought it's for the record. We're clerks, you're not.
Okay.
I'm pressing.
I'll take your oral, I'll take your vote orally.
She actually is pressing this
It's fine.
button?
Oh, did you enter the meeting again after the?
No, I didn't.
Can you reset the thing, just so we can just vote?
Yeah, actually, I can take her vote orally because I have everyone else's here.
Can you try hitting it again?
Yes. That's a yes.
The voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City manager's consent calendar.
General matters, item 9.
9.
General matters.
Approval, item 9, approval to proceed with FIFA-themed public art mural on Fermona Avenue near the I-105 freeway. Recommended motion, staff recommends that the city council approve moving forward with the commissioning and installation of a FIFA-themed mural located on Fermona Avenue near the 105 freeway corridor. Upon approval, staff will proceed with final design selection, artist contracting, and project implementation. Completion is anticipated prior to the start of the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
I move.
Second.
Please vote.
That was a great idea, Vaughn.
Very.
The votes are in. Vote reflects mayor and council voting yes. City manager's consent calendar.
Yes.
Item 10, City of Hawthorne's investment report for the quarter ended March 31st, 2026. Item 11, an agreement with CORE Community Organized Relief Effort to jointly pursue 2 state grants and for CORE to be a subrecipient if the grants are awarded. Item 12, approval of lease closeout and transitional agreement subject to further negotiations. Item 13, approval of an agreement between the Hawthorne Police Department and the Hawthorne School District for the provision of a school resource officer. Item 14, agreement between the City of Hawthorne and Tier 5 Incorporated for building safety records digitization and conversion services. Item 15, approval of an agreement between the Hawthorne Police Department and the Centinela Valley Union High School District for the provision of a school resource officer. Item 16, progress payment number 4 in the amount of $100,225 due to Germax Construction Incorporated of San Fernando, California for Holly Park restroom renovation, Project 2507. Item 17, progress payment number 14 in the amount of $516,870.31 due to PCN3 Incorporated of Los Alamitos, California for City of Hawthorne New Senior Center, Project 24-03. Item 18, agreement between the City of Hawthorne and Space Exploration Technologies Corp., SpaceX, regarding exclusive street parking spaces on Jack Northrop Avenue. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the city manager's consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve items 10 through 18?
To the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to pull item 11 for discussion, please. Everything else, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Montero. So just let me mark this, please. Just 11. Please vote on all items except 11.
The votes are in. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Discussion 11.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I want to know who's CORE? Who is CORE? I understand it says Community Organized Relief Effort, but how are we doing a joint grant?
This item, the grant that we want to apply for, you have to have a receiver of the grant. So for the property that was purchased on Rosecrans, I don't have the address in front of me, the planning department, and Greg is not here right now, he's a little ill, but the planning department is, under my leadership, applying for a grant. In order to apply for this grant, you have to have a receiver to receive the money. We vetted different receivers, and we felt comfortable moving forward with this company. So this company will help us with the grant and manage the grant if we receive the grant.
Okay.
And this grant is for cooling stations and a hub for the community if we are able to receive this grant.
Okay, so we're the lead agency.
Yes, we are.
We're the lead agency. This is the recipient.
Yes, it is.
And then in efforts to address that property, we're working together to implement projects in that lot.
Yes, we are. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
Thank you.
There are no city attorney's consent calendar items. We have a discussion item. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please proceed with item 19, city special events. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'd like to just start out to explain that what we're going to talk about now really doesn't have anything to do with a Mother's Day event. Mother's Day events are okay, just like it had nothing to do with Operation Gobble. It has everything to do with the rules that we've already voted on. And once again, on May 27th, the City Council voted unanimously 5-0 to separate elected officials' events from city-sponsored events. We reaffirmed that direction in November, December, and again in January, making our intent very clear. Additionally, on May 27th, we confirmed that the city-sponsored events are to be determined by the city manager based on available resources and the city's capacity to support them. And I think that's really important. I think where the confusion is coming into play is because it's on the list, it's a city-sponsored event. But that list belongs to, we determine what goes on the list, but that list ultimately belongs to the city manager. And he alone has the capacity to be able to see what the city can do and can't do. He knows what staff is working on. I mean, tonight is a clear indication of what the staff is doing. They are definitely about the city's business. And to crowd people's calendars, the staff's calendars with events that the city manager hasn't determined that this is something we're going to work on is something that we discussed also on May 27th, not to do that. and that he was going to decide what we could do and not do. These events are, the city-sponsored events are conducted by the city, not hosted or sponsored by an individual or an individual elected official. Council is free to help the city staff if they have a special desire, like Juneteenth or FIFA, or have connections, and we want to help, we can help, but that is still a city-sponsored event. It's not hosted by the individual that's helping. It's not sponsored by them. Their face doesn't go on the flyer. If one council member is on the flyer, all council members need to be on the flyer. So council is free to have their own meetings. So we also established clear guidelines. No one individual elected officials is supposed to be involved as far as being on the flyer, such as what we were seeing with the Mother's Day flyer. Granted, it has nothing to do with Mother's Day. If an elected official chooses to host an event in the community, it is considered a personal event. It must be fully managed and funded by the individual council member without city involvement, including no use of city staff, city funds, city logo, or city letterhead. City resources like letterhead or personnel cannot be used to solicit donations or support for such events. With that framework in mind, we're now faced with Councilwoman Katrina Manning's Mother's Day event. While a Mother's Day event does appear on the list of city-sponsored events, the city manager made no decision to hold this event this year. However, the event has proceeded and has been presented in a way that suggests that it is a city-sponsored event. Based on our prior votes and policies, this is not accurate. This is a personal event organized by Councilmember Manning. For consistency, I do want to point out that this council didn't approve of Councilwoman Reyes English sponsoring the Operation Gobble. We had a big discussion, council meeting after council meeting about that. So it's only fair that we hold the same standard for everybody else that sits up here. The council functions best when its members hold themselves accountable and operate within the policies we've already agreed upon. We should not have to continually monitor one another to ensure compliance. Self-regulation and mutual respect of the decisions are essential to maintaining public trust and effective governance. So now the question before us is, where do we go from here? How do we clearly separate the city from this personally sponsored Mother's Day event and ensure our policies are upheld consistently? So I'm going to open this up for discussion of the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Next, go ahead.
Good, thank you. And it's my time, without interruptions, please. So my question is, from what I gather, her flyers were made on her own with her money, correct? I also understand that she's done this a couple of times, if I remember correctly, making flyers of her own. I'm not wasting my time reviewing flyers and who's doing what. I have other things to do. But having said that, the Women's Day, wasn't that a city event? Women's Day was a city event?
No, the women's event that happened in April, Councilmember Katrina Manning planned that on her own. The city did not donate any funding for that event.
Yeah, so she paid for that too. She paid for that one and she paid for this one out of her own pocket. So what's the problem? What's the issue with the flyer if she paid for it?
The challenge isn't just with the flyer, but the flyer has the city logo on it saying that it's a city-sponsored event, make checks payable to the city of Hawthorne. You can't do that if you're putting on an event on your own. It's either a city-sponsored event or it's not a city-sponsored event. It's not about the flyer, it's about the advertising of what the event is. It's a commingle.
Through the chair. So let me just give an example, right? So we're doing Juneteenth on June 13, and I'm helping the staff doing because, in the past I was the lead of the June 13, but we came and said June 13 is a city-sponsored event. So I'm helping the staff do that. So you don't see my face on this flyer, right? So, and we just say it's a City of Hawthorne Juneteenth event. So what Council Johnson is saying is because the Mother's Day was supposed to be a city event,
Right.
not Katrina Manning event. So then she went on her own, and she did involve, I think, the staff because the staff it was helping her get some stuff done. But she went on her own. Like, I don't know if she paid for the flyer or not. But if we're going to do something in our own, we should not be using the city logo. That's because the city logo should be, it's part of the Hawthorne city property in a sense, right? So that's the only thing that I'm seeing is the city logo. If that is not a city sponsored event, the city logo should not be on those flyers.
I'm gonna get an opportunity. All right, thanks for the floor, I suppose, without interruptions, but I just want to just tie it all together because I want the community to understand that you say, we don't want you to do this. Why? Because we told you to do it. It's not that. There's a deep reason, and there's solid reasons why this is not allowable. The first statement we could make is that Councilwoman Manning's event on May 23rd is not a city-sponsored event because it didn't originate from the city. It's her own event. It's her personal event. Everyone here can have an event. I'm having an event on May 23rd, a coffee with the mayor. I'm organizing it, I'm paying for it, everybody's invited, etc. I'm not involving the city or anybody to do that. So I got all my resources together. So everybody here is able to have their own event. People can have the Operation Gobble on their own. You can have whatever event you want to have, the World Day, whatever you had. Anybody can do that. But here is where the problem is. You're not supposed to use city resources, the city logo and the city name to have your personal event. I'm going to go deeper into that. Councilwoman Manning's event flyer uses the city logo and uses the city name and clearly says that the city of Hawthorne is having an event for the public. In addition, it also uses city staff. I don't know who this individual is, but an email from somebody that's, I don't know, maybe she's an intern. I mean, that's another issue.
That's not a city staff person, Mayor.
It's not?
No, it's not.
Okay, well, they have the city of Hawthorne email. We'll look at that separate. That's not the main thing. So now, the deep reasons as to why it's so important and can't be disregarded, the use of the city logo and the city name, is first of all, it's the misuse of a government asset, which is the city logo and the city name. It's the misuse of that. It deceives the public. When it invites the public to an event, it deceives them, making it think that it's an official Hawthorne event, when in reality it's an individual, our colleague's event. The other a really important thing is that it deceives the donors who believe that they are donating to a city-sponsored event because they have to make the checks out to the city of Hawthorne. It deceives them. And they think that they're donating to the city of Hawthorne, something on benefit of the city, when they're actually helping our council member colleague here have an event. It surely undermines trust, and it gives the false appearance that we as a whole, the city council, is endorsing an event in which we have not. It's a disregard of a decision that was made by the city council. That's, of course, that irks us, and we're upset about that, but it's all these other things that I've mentioned. And probably one of the biggest things is that it creates a legal liability for the city, having received these checks on behalf of the council member colleague. And any disputes that are made with anybody who's paid, the city will be held liable. When in fact, it was an event that was organized by an individual, Katrina Manning. So That's those are the solid reasons why this is not just a minimal thing. This is not like, oh, okay, just you put it on, who cares? No, we said there's rules. There's ethically, you most likely or possibly cross the line. That's one thing, because you define all these things. Liability is there for the city. And it's just a simple defiance, ignoring what we've decided. It's thumbing the nose at what's been voted on by city council. It's something we've established, and it's improper, and I just hope that there's immediate resolution. I would hope that our council colleague Katrina Manning would be here, but as you see, she did walk out, and she's probably in the back. I don't think she has her stuff here. We would hope that she wouldn't thumb her nose once again to the city council for having discussed this, and for her to either respond or just be present, as opposed to maybe having anybody else be a surrogate. So I think those are the deep reasons. Those are solid reasons. I mean, I hope I put my arguments together. So go ahead.
To the chair. And again, it has nothing to do with what the event is about. It could have been Juneteenth. It could have been anything. We still would be right back where we are right now. We're not saying you can't have a Mother's Day event. It's just that the city didn't see fit to do a city-sponsored Mother's Day event this year, and that's fine. But we have to be able to determine what is a city-sponsored event and what is an event that is being done by an individual. And that's where we are today.
So, to the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there was a lot of words that were used, and, at the end of the day, we're all elected officials, and it is about a flyer. That's what the discussion's been. It's about a flyer. That's what we're discussing. That's come, I didn't pay too much attention to it because I have other things to do than to be bothering with a flyer that she paid for, not the city. When you talk about misuse event, this event's been going on for a couple of years now. It's not a misuse event. We all know that these are the events that she's been doing. Deceiving donors. Donors know that it's going to an event. It's not saying that it's not in the city of Hawthorne. It's happening in the city of Hawthorne by an elected official. The official is asking for support. So it's not deceiving the donors. The donors know exactly who that's going to. With regards to false appearance, what's false about it? Everybody that came out today discussed how they enjoyed it. What's false about participating? We already heard Councilmember Johnson said that we should never have these events, but yet she attended, right? It talks about legal liability for the city. What's the liability? I mean, we understand that anywhere at any time that we have a city event, whether it was hers or at the park or a concert at the park or a movie at the park, a movie at the pool, Lord forbid, somebody gets hurt, we're liable, okay? It's a public event, and that's exactly what this was. When you talk about event organized by one individual, she's been doing this. She's the one that's sitting in her office participating and sending out the invitations and basically inquiring on who will support her event. It just seems very hateful, the language that's coming from here on one individual. And I know how that feels because I had that done to me. And again, everybody wants to, well, not everybody, one person wants to take control of this council. And we're all adults here. We're not children. And when you talk about ethically, there's a lot of things that are done unethically up here that I could discuss. So if we want to really understand what's happening up here, again, if we want to make this a city-sponsored event, let's discuss a city-sponsored event. If this is not on the books as a city-sponsored event, because it was maybe at one time it was, and then it changed, and because there's been so many rules and we voted on something back in, for the exact date that was given, May 27th, I'm proposing, and I'll make a motion to change this event to a city-sponsored event.
Second.
And I could get a second.
Second.
Because at the end of the day, we can't be playing this game because one individual on this council, through support of another, is basically saying that this is not an event just because she made a flyer. I understand the logo. I get the logo, okay? I get the logo. There's still at the end of the day, a discussion that needs to take place with regards to this issue and any other forthcoming issue, because we've got issues coming up, but not issues, but events coming up for the holidays. We got other events that people want to partner with us on. I mean, this is so redundant. It's so redundant, and it's unnecessary sometimes.
So you have a pending motion. There was a second. If you can repeat your motion, we can take a vote.
I want to make these events a city-sponsored event. These events, I want to make them city-sponsored so that we could assure that we don't have to go through this again. And if it's city-sponsored, Vaughn would have control of it. Vaughn would be able to work with Katrina and discuss what the do's and don'ts are. If there's going to be support being solicited to businesses or those that are partnered with us, it just boils down to, at the end of the day, it's a scare tactic, and it's unnecessary. We have lots of events here. I named everything that was said, and most of it is not true. It's not fair, because she's been doing this for the last 4 years. And that's my motion. She made a second. I want to take a vote to make these city-sponsored events. And if there's going to be flyers made or any issues with regards to the logo, let Vaughn take control of that, if that seems to be a problem.
Point of information?
Yeah, I think back in May.
That would have to be a separate type of motion brought back later at some point for a discussion item, not through this topic, which is a...
No, actually, I believe that the motion that you're making now has already been approved by the city council back on May. So I think May 27th. So I think what you're trying to do is make a motion to allow council members to either host or sponsor a city-initiated event. I don't know what your motion is. I'm just...
At the end of the day, I don't know what the control is up here. Like, as if, we're children and you want to control how we operate as an elected. We're not bothered or looking at the flyer you have right now out there with what isn't he, Blanco or whatever, promoting, him. We're not discussing you. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care about Katrina's Manning's flyer to the community. But if that's what it is, we should have an opportunity to participate and engage in events that we're proud of and we've been doing for years. I've done Operation Gobble for 18 years. I've done the Service Provider Fair for 18 years. And I've had no problem when I wasn't here. Montero took it over. There's not an issue.
So is that your motion?
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
That there's participation.
Point of information.
What's the motion?
This needs to be brought up separately, because this item is talking about city special events for the purpose of discussing this event.
Well,
why are you incorporating this? I'm just curious.
I think there's a general discussion about city-initiated, city special events. That's agendized. I think it's part and parcel to that. So as I already indicated, this council back in May of last year already set out a list of events that are to be city-sponsored. And now I think as Councilmember Reyes-English continues to elaborate, I think the motion is she wants to go back to what it was prior to May 2024.
No,
2025.
We need to, yeah.
Well, one thing is correct that David Caceres is saying. On the 27th of May, we did put on the list that Mother's Day was going to be a city-sponsored event. The only one that was not going to be was the women's event, that which Ms. Katrina Manning went and do it in March, the women event. So Mother's Day was supposed to be coordinated by the city, and then if Ms. Manning should have worked with Vaughn or with a committee like the Juneteenth committee, that Vaughn puts together a committee for the events to plan the event to make sure that the event is going according to plan. So I don't know where it fell off for these past 2 months that the women's event was not coordinated. I don't know if it's been coordinated or not coordinated with the city.
No.
So because what I understand that checks are coming to the city to pay for the vendors, right? And then Ms. Manning is going to be the host of the event. But the only thing that what I understood is that, I think it was the last meeting, I was not here, that was mentioned that the women's event was canceled, or the Mother's Day event was canceled. And I'm not correct, Vaughn?
Yes, Katrina Manning, Councilwoman Manning mentioned maybe 3 weeks ago that she was debating or wasn't going to have the event on the 8th, which was this past weekend, which we know the flyer says now May 23rd.
Correct. See, so that was the confusion, because in the beginning, we were supposed to have a Mother's Day event sponsored by the city, and then it said it was canceled. Then suddenly came May 23rd that we're going to have a Mother's Day event sponsored by Miss Katrina Manning. The only thing that she made a mistake was she put the logo and used the city and said, this is her event, but the city is sponsored. Something like that.
Okay, look, bottom line is, the event is, there's no need for a vote. That was already voted to have a city-sponsored event, Mother's Day event. That's already there. There's no need to take a vote.
Yeah, but I made a motion and there's
No,
a
but
second. There's a motion and a second on the
Ma'am,
floor.
I have the floor. I have the floor. I don't
Okay,
want to
well,
get into
there's a
this.
second. There's a first and a second.
Ma'am, I need you to be quiet while I'm speaking.
Mayor, I do believe there is a pending motion.
Yes, sir, but the thing is that it's already on there. So what, you want to put it again? Like,
It's her motion. She has that right, that prerogative to file the motion. I already indicated it's.
I'm asking for your clarification. Is that event, is that event a city-sponsored event? You want to do that, it's a redundant motion.
For the third time, I will indicate that this was already approved by the city council back in May. But
To
if
be
the-
a city-sponsored event.
That's right. But if the council member wants to renew another motion, that's why I've asked a couple of
Okay,
times for her
very
to
good.
clarify.
So I'll vote to make it a city event because it's already a city event. But that does not, what's under the microscope right now is what our council member colleague did to be able to go move through with this event, which is not a city-sponsored event, how she progressed with it. Okay? This is still something
So then-
debatable. This is not going to cure anything.
You're correct on that, Mayor. You're right. There's a second component that you're highlighting, you and the other council member Johnson are identifying. Right now, we have a
Okay,
pending
go ahead.
motion to follow our rules. We have a pending motion. The motion
It's
is.
redundant, but okay, go ahead.
To the chair?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the issue, Councilmember Manning, is your picture on the flyer. Shame on you. Anyway, that's the issue. So let's go ahead and vote and finish this nonsense.
Can you state your vote, your motion
To the,
again?
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't understand
can you state
what
that?
we're voting on.
I understand that she's making a motion to declare Mother's Day a city-sponsored event. It's already been done in the past, but she would like to make another motion to do that again.
To the chair. So just to make sure, so we're going to vote that on May 23rd is going to be Mother's Day events, and the city is sponsored.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
That's the motion.
okay, not that it's going on the list, but
It's
now
already
we're
on the
going
list.
now we're going to take and put this on the city at this point in
All right.
time in the game and make them do the
It's
work.
on the list.
All right, so,
But it's on the list already.
Right.
so what we're
But
trying
Vaughn
to,
didn't make that decision.
so what we're trying to do right now is cure this for Councilwoman Manning, something that she clearly did. I'm not going to let go of this issue because under my watch, things like this disregard of the rules that we've already established as a city council tells me that they're willing to skirt the rules and skirt a lot of other rules. I do have some ethics violations that I'm very concerned with. And this adds to the list of things that I'm very concerned with, Councilmember Manning. Okay? So, I mean, if you want to do this cure thing to make it look nice for the community, that's fine. But clearly, there was a purposeful intent to deceive the public, to deceive the donors, to have an event for an individual that, for our council member colleague, that was improper. That doesn't do away with what was done. We had made a decision. This was a defiance and ignoring and thumbing the nose at a decision that we have already made, that we had already made. Whatever you vote on today, fine. It's not going to cure anything. But the thing is, we can't ignore this stuff because it's these little, let's see what we can get away with and ask for forgiveness later. that gets our city in trouble. I've been mayor since 2015. We have not come out in the newspaper for any reason.
Yes, you have.
No, we have not come
The
out.
city
Ma'am, do not
treasurer-
interrupt.
Yes, we have.
You interrupt again? Okay? We have not come out in the newspaper for anything improper, and I'm about to let this council do it, but this is an indication of, this is symptomatic, that's the word, symptomatic of things that have happened here. And our willingness to cover something like this up is not, I don't think it's appropriate.
So I just want to make sure we have a clear record. The
To
motion,
the chair, it's so interesting the amount of time that these two spend trying to take away every single thing that I do. They know that I'm running for re-election, and so they're trying to smear my name so that I don't get elected. The mayor is so interesting that the mayor, after he was the one that came up with the idea that we can't have any more events, it was the mayor that came up with the idea of Touch a Truck. Touch a Truck. He had that event, Touch a Truck. Water, movies in the pool, all of those things that were not on the list, that the city threw those events. But when I throw an event, all of a sudden I'm doing all of these things. But we all know that when we voted on May 27th, the event Touch a Truck, an event movies in the water in the pool or movies in the pool, those were not events that were voted on. So it's okay for the mayor to go behind closed doors and tell staff to have events, but then something that I've been doing for the last 4 years, not trying to use it as I'm campaigning at the moment, but no.
You can't mention.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, can't mention that. But I'm just saying that the mayor has had several events from May 27th to pop up. That's his event. So the fact that they spend so much time going back and forth trying to make sure they smear my name, I don't understand why is so much hate against me, because I want to help the community. I want to uplift the community. I want to put the community first, right? That's what we're here to do. We are a local city. So therefore, not only do we do legislation, policy, and vote, but we also do events. So for somebody to say that I'm doing events for whatever reason that they want to believe, why don't you focus on doing something else than being in my business? What else is going on in your life that you can't sleep, that you got to come to council and complain about everything that Katrina does? Every time I turn around, these two people on each side of me are attacking me consistently, okay? Before I even got elected, the mayor made sure that he attacked me personally, and he's still continuing to attack me while I'm here. So if anybody out there that's watching, please understand that this guy here is personally attacking me, personally attacking my character, and this woman here is doing the exact same thing, that they're working together to attack me, who I have done nothing wrong. But because they dislike me on a personal, whatever level, they spend their lives, their day-to-day life trying to attack me. And it's sad that they spend that much time instead of worrying about the things that are truly important. They're worrying about a flyer. At the end of the day, people know in the community that I've been doing Mother's Day and Women's History Month for the last 4 years. So whether it's a city event or Katrina is giving it, at the end of the day, they know that I am doing the work. So it's so sad that I'm being attacked by these two people. It's so unprofessional and it's so sad. But they need to grow up and become adults and do their job.
Okay.
To the chair.
You want to, I'll respond to that real quick first, and or you find it important? Go ahead.
I again, emotions, outbursts, words of emotion does not address the situation that we're dealing with right now. The situation has everything to do with rules that we voted on, and that the city and our residents, and especially our staff, need to be able to count on us holding ourselves accountable. We are a self-regulated body. Nobody out there, other than not electing us again, can really do anything to us. We can do whatever we want to do, obvious. And so we have to.
No interruptions.
We have to.
Okay, we're going, breaking the decorum, interrupting when somebody's speaking. We're going to let Councilwoman Katrina Manning recuperate herself. Did it twice. City Council is back in session at 9:35. Do we have the video on? Yeah? All right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think part of the challenge, again, is we're conflating a bunch of emotions with what the real issue is tonight. The real issue is about what we voted on. And we voted that if a council person, elected official was going to have an event, they're welcome to have any event they want. But it's their event. It is done without city support, city involvement. It has nothing to do with the city. It is their event. We voted on that. I watched the video again today. It was very clear what everybody on this council was in agreement to on May 27th. So now I'm being told I'm being hateful. I don't like somebody. You guys are confusing accountability with hate. Accountability, which we should be doing for ourselves. We all voted for this. It has nothing to do with hatred. It has nothing to do with control. It's called accountability. I would love not to be sitting here having this conversation, but no one else is. And I'm sorry, but I can't function in a world where we tell you guys that we're going to do something and then we go and do whatever we want to do. That is inappropriate, and I will call it out every single time. So if the motion that's before us today is to, in fact, now put this event on city staff on May 12th to do an event by May 23rd, you do not have my vote, because this is a city event that did not involve the person who is responsible to decide what events we're going to have and what we're not going to have. It is now unfair of me to be city council to sit here and tell Vaughn, oh, by the way, we were just kidding when we said you were in charge of the events. We're now going to tell you in less than 2 weeks you have to put this event together. That's not appropriate. The staff obviously is busy. If Katrina wants to have this event, Katrina just simply needs to remove the city from her event. Take the logo off her flyer. The checks aren't coming to the city anymore. The checks are going to whoever she's got it going to. But it now is putting the city in a light where if we don't honor or we don't bring in enough money to honor the vendors that we've now she has obligated ourselves to, the city looks bad. So now the city's paying for her event. That was what we ruled against back in May 27th. This isn't Faye controlling anything. This is Faye holding people accountable to what we voted to, because I ran for office saying that I would do exactly what I'm doing right now. They're just not used to accountability. So it has nothing to do with hate. I don't dislike anybody up here. It has nothing to do with hate. It has nothing to do with control and everything to do with accountability. And accountability hurts sometimes when you don't get what you want.
So, real quick, it's about rules, guys. It's just simply about rules, something that we established. It was very clear. There was no confusion. I know that there's a motion that's on the floor, etc., but it's a personal event. Councilwoman Manning can have it. She can still continue with it. It's just the use of the logo and the use of the logo and the city name where the issue is. We've had it before where we've debated it, and Councilwoman Angie Reyes English knows about it. We've had this issue, and it's come up. Our previous city attorneys, our succession of city attorneys have said the same thing. If you're having an event that you're sponsoring, that you're not gonna, that you're sponsoring, you're holding, you're not supposed to use a city event, the city name, and your image. Or if you're having one, you're not supposed to use the city logo or the city name. It's very simple. I don't even know why we need a vote, why we need to involve city staff in doing anything with this thing. It's already has its momentum going forward. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't know.
Through the chair.
I think everything is in place for this thing to happen, and I mean, I don't know why we even need to make another motion. She knows what she needs to do, and that's it. Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, thank you. So just to put an end on this thing, it's my understanding that the city, in a sense, is already working with Ms. Manning to put this thing together. Because it's going to be in our facility. The finance department is receiving the checks from the donation that have come in, and the city have to pay for the vendors that's going to provide the service at the Memorial Center. So the city is already working with Ms. Manning to put this event together. So I would say, let's move forward. Let this event happen on May 23rd, and I'm hoping that for the future, Ms. Manning or myself or any other council member understand that we should not be using the logo if we're going to do an event that is not sponsored by the city. So you are welcome to work with the city in any other event that is on the list, and we can just live in peace. So I'm going to say let's vote, because now the event is already been scheduled, and the city have received some checks that is holding at the finance department. So, and it's going to and this event is going to be held at the Memorial Center. So just let this go by and make sure that now, Mr. City Attorney, make sure that you send everybody a memo to tell them in the future, do not use the city logo or the city name when you're doing an event that is not on the list approved by the city council.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
There needs to be clarification, because there's conflation in what Councilmember Montero just said. Just because the event is on the list doesn't mean I can go and co-opt that event. That is a decision that Vaughn has to make. He has to look at what is on that list and what they can do in the year. I can't go and strong-arm him because I have my event on there, or I want something done on there, and say, you need to do this. So I think we should come up with exactly what events we're going to do for the year, and the city does it. It is unfair for the city to have to come in at the last minute and do anything. We need to cut it off now, and because one, we don't know if how much more money this is going to cost the city to have this event.
Right.
It wasn't planned.
To the chair.
Real quick, I was going to, I want to know, a quick comment. All right, this is going to clarify a lot of stuff, because I might, Mr. City Manager, what's the extent through which you are helping with this event? What are the things you are doing for this event? You know, you're receiving checks, right?
I'm not personally receiving checks.
Okay.
The city of Hawthorne is receiving
The city of
checks.
Hawthorne is
Yes.
receiving checks, right?
Did you know about the event?
Yes and no. A few meetings ago, Katrina Manning, Councilwoman, was debating not having the event. And then when I came back off vacation, it was scheduled for May 23rd.
And did anybody talk to you about the event? I mean, let me be specific. Did the councilwoman talk to you about having the event on the 23rd as a city-sponsored event?
While I was on vacation, she talked to the community service director to reserve the date.
But not to you?
No.
Okay.
But look, any person here can have an event so long as they pay it. And my understanding is that she's paying for it. Is she not? Or are we just
She
here?
will receive an invoice for using the Memorial Center.
Okay, so like we got to be fair here, even though we have our opinions on stuff. Let's just call it for what it is. She has her, I mean, I'm not trying to counter anybody here. She has her list of vendors that she's paying. She's using maybe because she doesn't have a nonprofit that she could use. She's trying to use this. I would warn against it in the future. You see what I'm saying? Warn against this type of thing in the future.
To the chair.
Well, let me just finish. There's some defensible parts I'm making on your behalf. What I'm saying. So, if that's the extent of it, obviously the issue then still remains the use of the logo and the name. And So I just think we just got to be careful with that, man. That's just really where it's at, because then all these other issues are real. Go ahead, ma'am.
So the logo can be taken off. That's not a problem. The city's, anything that says city, but I am a councilwoman of the city of Hawthorne. So I don't have a problem taking off the logo. I have been using money that was given to me on behalf of people that wants to sponsor the event. I have a third party that money is going to. There is a couple of checks that the city received on behalf of the event, but the city has not had to come out the pocket in any way to pay for my event. It is all paid by sponsors. Majority of the money is through a third party, but there were a couple of checks that came to the city, and they were very minimal. And so moving forward, I want to withdraw the events from the city altogether, because when I had my women's event, I did not use anything with the city. I was a resident renting a building to have my event, so I didn't use any resources from the city. I paid everything. I paid the rent. I paid everything as a regular resident would pay. This particular time, I can do the exact same thing and take off the logo. It's not a problem to take the logo off. But my motion is that I'm withdrawing Mother's Day and Women's History Month as a city-sponsored event, because these are events that I will do under the guidance of being a resident and our Hawthorne elected official.
To the chair.
I'd second that motion if you want that.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion, absolutely.
Yeah. Just a point of clarification, are those two events on the donation list that we have for council?
Yes.
They are? Okay, cool.
That's it. I made a second, so we'll vote on that one.
Hold on a minute. There was still a motion and a second that I made.
Can you withdraw your second?
No, there was a motion and a second that we made. This event's already coming up. The issue was the logo. That was the issue. So there's still a motion and there's still a second to make this a city-sponsored event. And for the next time, you could take off all of the, whatever you want to do for the next women's event and city and mother's event. So that's what I made a motion, you seconded it to make this a city-sponsored event at this time.
I understand there's a motion.
Yes.
Point of information towards Councilwoman Katrina Manning. You made a very direct, motion there. You heard the concerns. You're addressing our concerns, but you're still having your event. In essence, you're having this event like with your entire effort, it seems like. So it's your event. You want to have it. You want to continue with it. By withdraw, I mean, like I seconded it. What you just said, it's solid. What you said for solid reasons. You're Councilwoman, Hawthorne City Councilwoman. Nobody can take that away from you. So we have another motion that would counter what you just proposed, which came directly from you. So if you withdraw your second, I would support the second one that you made.
Of course you would. Now, Katrina, council member, we have a motion and a second to make this a city-sponsored event for this time only. You made another motion, there was a second, so that you can continue in the next round on your own without folks telling you what to do, etc., using your image, because at the end of the day, it's about the flyer and you using the logo. So let's just move forward this one time only, since you've already got the ball rolling, monies are coming in, etc., etc.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
If we go the city sponsored route, she would have to take her face off the flyer.
See, told you
and
guys.
All the no, that's the rule.
All right, there's no back and forth. There's no interruptions again.
The
Wait a
rule-
minute. Wait. Stop. There's no interruptions, Councilwoman English. When she has the full floor, I don't want to start hitting the gavel again. Let her complete, no comments. Please, go
City
ahead.
Attorney, can you please distinguish what the rule is between a city-sponsored event and an individual-sponsored event? Because I think Councilwoman Manning needs to know what's going to happen to her event either way she goes.
Yes, a city-sponsored event would indicate that it's being supported by the entire city council. It should only be done by the city. No council member, as this council has previously decided, should host or sponsor it. It should not represent just one single photograph of one council member, because that would be inaccurate. It would be all of the council members if you wanted to do it that way. And that's a distinction. A private event, a council member wants to host a private event, it should not involve the city logo. There is a First Amendment right to indicate that you are a Hawthorne City elected official. You can do that. You should probably stay away from indicating that any city resources are being used. That's my understanding.
So, point of information, Mr. City Attorney, if we support this first initial motion that Councilwoman Angie Reyes English brought forth to make it a city event, then it does not allow her to have her picture on that because it's an official city event.
That's correct.
But the thing is, so if we vote for that, which, I think she has put all this effort, and we should support her in having her face all over this, like, for sure. So then that would mean that we would, if we vote against this first one, but support the second motion that she made, then she can continue with her imagery and everything.
Right.
Okay.
To the chair. The flyer is already out there. What am I supposed to do to get it? It's already out there. People already have it. How am I supposed to take anything off the internet? Because it's on the internet. What am I supposed to do? It's out there. So.
I know.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give Councilwoman English the mic right
So
now.
from what I understand, from what I'm hearing, Councilmember Manning, you want to go on your own?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That way I don't have to deal with folks consistently badgering the issue, bringing
Okay.
it up.
I just want to hear it from you.
But
If that's
here's the
hold on,
thing.
because if
Here's
that's-
the thing. Yes, but now that I'm being badgered and harassed, I'm going to make sure that I'm a hog, watching other people and their events to make sure that they are following suit. So that means that any events that are not on the list should not be happening. So like the movie in the water or something, that shouldn't be taking place, right? Because it's not on the list.
Okay, I'll agree with you on that. So having said that, I will
But just
support you on that.
let her finish because.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, yes, I will go on my own.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just saying to the city attorney that at this point, everything is done. So how do you undo what's already done?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove my motion.
Okay.
And you can remove your second.
I'll
And we're going to
remove
go
my
along
second.
with your motion that you made with Councilmember Oh, you second that. Okay. And then go from there so that you could have your own event.
Okay. Please vote to support Councilwoman's motion,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, can I have clarity? Because a lot of things are being asked of me. I don't understand what's going on at this point. What are we doing this year? What are we doing with funds collected? What are we doing with the event this year?
We just have to let that.
Please indicate to me, the city manager, what I'm doing moving forward.
Look, I think, sir, I think it's a very big momentous thing that Councilwoman Katrina Manning has said today here. She's going to assume this event. She's put all the hard work. She's moving everything, herself, and she wants to just go ahead and make it official. You have already some stuff in place. She's willing to take off any future flyers, like the city logo and everything. I mean,
So this year,
she's being a team player on this.
What
man. That's it.
what is staff and myself doing this year? Are we paying vendors? Are we charging for the venue? Are we not charging for the venue? What are we doing moving forward for this event in 2 weeks?
It's my understanding that there's monies that have come in, and that those vendors are supposed to be paid with those sponsorships that have been sending to support this event. And it's my understanding that Katrina's going to be invoiced, Councilmember Manning's going to be invoiced for the facility. That's what I heard. And it's her event.
Yes.
But she has to remove, from what I understand, the logo, right?
And the made payable too. To the chair. Would it be feasible to provide her with an accounting of how much money has come in for that particular event? And then maybe, because she said it was minimal, maybe take that off the top of the fees that you're going to charge for the venue, and then it's even, where there's no vendors to be paid out of our checking account, and she'll take that responsibility?
I would have to research that. This
Okay.
is all new territory
Yeah.
for any city manager. This is very normal because we have accepted donations, and
Right.
their invoices pending to be paid. As you
Have
mentioned,
they
if we
received
don't
any
pay those
invoices?
invoices, the city would be responsible for them. Those donations weren't donated for the venue. They were donated for the event. So I would have to work with Councilor Manning to see those donations, were they designated for particular purposes? Was it for decoration? Was it for flowers? Was it for food? So I just need clarity on what we're doing in the next 2 weeks. Am I able to pay invoices with the money? Am I able to accept checks still coming in? I need clarity on how this council would
Look,
like
sir,
me to move forward.
She's put all the effort to raise the money. That's the bottom line. This is money she's raised. She's been called and she's made the effort. We just got to let this play out, this event play out. And today's a big momentous day where she's saying, hey, I'm going to take this on because I don't want any problems. That's what she's saying. Fine, just let this one take its course. She's going to take off the city logo. That's it. And everybody, yeah, absolutely. Watch everybody else. Just like, everybody's.
So for this event coming up this year, we can move in the same direction we moved last year. The city can collect funds and pay vendors.
Not at this point. No. Moving forward.
Can we take a vote on that, please?
Well, we haven't finished the vote that we were trying to take just now.
Look, I just want to just put an end to this. Look, this is a big thing, guys, that she's saying this. She has a mechanism in place to get stuff in, to get stuff paid. Is it the best way? No. Is it the current way that's there? Yes. For the future, we just advise not to do that again, and that's it. I just think we need to put this to rest. Everybody here knows what's expected of us. That's a big step in the direction, this opposite direction in which things are headed. And
yeah,
I think it's a big thing. I would really hope everybody could vote yes to move forward on this.
Real quickly, I'll work with the city manager to see how we can do that legally. There's a pending motion, and there was a second. I think you should do a vote.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just want everybody to, I know it was discussing something, but this is just kind of, we can always reference this meeting as to what was said. Hey, remember that meeting you said this, and everybody, this is going to be I think we should all vote yes, please, just so that we could go through it and, All right.
A motion and a second?
I'm sorry, City Manager, are you clear on what we're doing?
In all honesty, no, I'm not, but I'll work with the city attorney moving forward, and he will help me examine what's being said tonight, because at this point, I'm very confused on what we're doing moving forward. I want to do the correct thing, but I need guidance on how we're moving forward.
Sir, I just want to, she has an event that's taking place.
Yes.
She already knows that the logo and the name of the city should be not in any future flyers.
Understood.
Right? So she's looking at making that happen. But then there's maybe a couple donations that are still coming in, but she's raising them. She's having an avenue. She doesn't have a nonprofit. She can't take the money directly. So is that the best way? Not necessarily.
I can't just, I'm deeming.
Yeah, so I think we should move forward with as is and just.
I think the motion is clear. I'll work with the city manager. There's some legal theories that I think we can utilize to make sure the payment issue is resolved. I'll work with the city manager. I don't want to publicly disclose it.
And please do, because we want everything to be good for everybody and, for our colleagues and, what's taking place right here. If there's something that needs to happen
legally, we'll figure it out.
To the chair?
Yeah.
So whether I raise the money or the city manager asks nonprofits to support, it's still essentially the same, right?
No.
I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, because the city manager can request. Now, can I just say something? You hit the gavel when I made a comment. She just made a comment while I had the floor. So you should correct her like you correct me.
We need you
I
to comply,
apologize.
because
Yes.
the gavel's going to be hit equally.
I realize my.
All right, look, I think, let's just end that conversation. Let's support this. We want to make sure this event takes place and is successful.
Point of
There's a-
clarity?
There's a motion and a second.
Okay. Please vote.
Right?
Councilwoman Reyes English?
Right?
Councilwoman Reyes
Yeah,
English?
I'm just trying to clarify for you what you wanted, right? Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay.
The votes are in. The vote reflects mayor and council voting yes.
All right, good. Just sort that stuff out, man, just because we just can't be using the city. We've always had that issue. When somebody's going to have an event, how do we get it paid for? How do we, because it's donations. We can't take it personally because then we can't like take a, hey, and then I'll pay. No, because then that's commingling of personal funds with donation. Right.
No, that's not commingling personal funds. I ain't
No,
putting
it
none of
is.
that money in my personal
Oh, no,
paycheck.
Ma'am,
But I will say that the city has gotten donations for events that they've had in the past from sponsorship.
Right.
And they took that money to use that money to help them pay for those sponsorships.
And then, no, thank you for mentioning, that's fine. The city attorney will work with the city manager to make sure everything's cool and, checks out for anything we're gonna do with regards to events,
So
money-wise.
I hope now we can actually move forward and get some work done and not argue.
All right, so the next thing, are there, the elected officials reports. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and for staying for the last hour and a half talking about whatever. I want to also thank Katrina Manning for putting on such amazing events. Both events have been fantastic over the years. A lot of people in the community enjoy them. And I want to wish my mom a happy 80th birthday. Everybody have a great couple weeks and see you guys in a couple weeks.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Montero, please.
Thank you for people watching at home. Thank you for coming. Actually, it was a great meeting regarding the budget, and all the presentation was phenomenal. So thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, all the head department, and especially for those who presented. Thank you, Felice, for the a balanced budget because there is a lot of uncertainty out there, but at least so we do have a balanced budget for 26, 27 in the city of Hawthorne. So thank you. And again, I want to say to all the head departments, you guys are the pillars of the city. Without you, this council is nobody. So thank you for all your service you do to the city. And I know that the city is moving forward. We have a great leadership in our staff. All the infrastructure, all the public works project, the police department, phenomenal report, all of it, the HR, so the communication, all the good things that is happening in the city of Hawthorne. So I hope all these other disagreement and does not put a shadow on what we have accomplished. And I want to say thank you, Vaughn, for those Fearful World Cup banner that has been put out there in some of our street. Thank you for the thinking about the mural, for the World Cup. And thank you, Chief, for sending us those reports about immigration, about the National Bike Safety Month. And again, well done job for all these newsletters. So I keep them as a souvenir. So when I retire, so I can say, look, I'm still here. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Balboa, and the Parks and Recs Commission for the art show. I heard it was a good thing, so thank you very much for doing that. Again, I want to commend, our homeless service department because they put a beautiful two flyers out there telling the people how to make referrals for the homeless to be taken care, and it shows that all the service that they are providing, from asthma care, from diabetes care, from so narcan training, overdose education, substance abuse information. So very good information that is putting out there. And are we going to still do directives? Should I wait until I do directives? Okay, yes. So, but thank you. Like I said, so don't be discouraged. My beautiful people out there, especially our staff, don't be discouraged about these issues that come up here sometimes, but you're doing an outstanding job. The city is in a good hand, and I could not be most proud of all of you. So thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Andrews English, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just first of all acknowledge all the presenters today, all the departments that came and presented. Thank you so much. I also want to make mention and congratulate the city and especially Vaughn with regards to the Department of Park and Recreation's office that granted us $1,037.53, and obviously this is funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund program. So again, a successful grant, and to Selena and the Department of Public Works, congratulations to you all. I also would like to congratulate in advance our police officers that are going to be recognized in the upcoming, the upcoming South Bay Police and Fire Memorial Fund, which we all know that happens every year at the Marriott in Torrance. So congratulations in advance. I understand is it 13 officers? 15, 15. So congratulations for that. I haven't attended yet the farmers market. However, I did hear from folks, and they did make mention that the farmers market seems to be a success already. There's just some concerns that some pricing, is similar to grocery store prices. So, if you're all into the organic stuff, obviously organic food's going to be a little bit more costly than what you're usually used to. But kudos to the farmers market and Councilmember Montero and Vaughn and everyone that made this possible. And I saw Councilmember Manning, I saw some pictures out there in the front. So kudos to everyone on your efforts, and I hope to participate soon. I want to talk a little bit about the Transforming Lawns. It's a sustainable approach, which is coming up to the Hawthorne Memorial Center Sunroom on Wednesday, May 20th. And it's basically selecting climate appropriate plant pallets, and there's going to be some giveaways. So if you're interested in changing up your greenery on your yard and making them a little bit more sustainable, this is a great opportunity to take advantage of some free stuff that's going to be offered through, it looks like, the Water Replenishment District and some other sponsors here from the West Basin, California Water, Metropolitan Water, and Golden State Water. And we're on here too, so you'll be getting some goodies from the City of Hawthorne, which partnered with all these folks to assure you get sustainable plants. Coffee with the Cop, Wednesday, May 20th, from 8 to 10. As soon as you're done with coffee, maybe, let's see, what time does this start? Yep, 11 o'clock. So you'll have time to go to 2 events there. I want to thank, again, the City of Hawthorne with Chamber of Commerce for the Business and Restaurant Expo coming up Thursday from 3 to 7. I know that was your baby, Katrina, Councilmember Manning, and I'm going to miss you at the Business and Restaurant Expo. Great efforts to you on that when you had that. I look forward to seeing what this is going to be like. Juneteenth, Councilmember Montero, I know you're working hard on that. For Saturday, June 13th, that's going to be live music at Holly Park, so that's going to be great to see everyone out there. Look forward to the FIFA Watch event here at City Hall, and that looks like it's going to be June 13th. All of these flyers, I'm sure, are available to everyone here in the lobby, so you could grab you one. I also want to just say kudos to Councilmember Manning on your events, the women's event and obviously the Mother's Day event. I couldn't be present. I had some family matters I'm going through with, but you've been doing this for 4 years, so this isn't anything new. I'm sure it's going to be a great event, as it has every year, and I'm sure Vaughn and the city manager will assure that it's a successful event again this year, so thank you for that. I don't know if the community's received any community letters coming from the Department of Tobacco Substance Control. There's a community update with regards to Northrop Grumman, Airport Hangars 41 and 42. I got one at my house. I read a little bit about it, and it sounds like there are going to be some mitigations going on. But if you received it, might want to read up on it, and it's a good way to be advised by this agency as to what they're planning on doing with regards to those hangars and the cleanup. I want to congratulate Me California Restaurant today. We had the unveiling grand opening of their facade that was improved and has been modified, and thanks to all of our departments that participated and came out. We made the grand opening. It was great to see the new reveal and what that looks like. It's very, very nice. If you haven't had a chance to go to Me California to look at the new facade that is on the new building, take a chance to go out there. It's really nice, especially the colors and the way they changed that up. Thank you to Kimberly, and thank you to all of the departments that helped in those efforts. We truly appreciate you and those that participated. I know there was a grand opening for Eucalyptus Park. I believe there was not a grand opening, but a groundbreaking. Yeah, groundbreaking. And so to the communities out there watching, we're working really hard to assure that your children are safe and have a safe place to play in our local parks. And I look forward to continued efforts to assure that all of our parks are upgraded. And we can't do this without the help of our staff that does the grant writing to assure that we have the funding to do it. And there's absolutely no monies being used from our general fund. And ending, I just want to thank Felice and the departments that provided their budget to the council. I believe you guys work hard each and every day. I understand that we might be hurting a little bit, but that's just for a minute. And it's always, in my opinion, we've managed to pass a steady budget. So thank you to everyone in the departments, and police chief, thank you. And yeah, hope everybody has a great and safe week. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilwoman Manning, please.
First, I want to start off by saying happy birthday to Bill. Happy birthday, Bill. I think he turned 40 twice. Yeah. Happy birthday. I also want to congratulate all of the staff for the amazing presentations that you gave. I thoroughly had enjoyed all of the presentations as well as the response that you guys gave. You came very prepared. I appreciate that. The detailed information that you provided. So I appreciate that, all of the work. I want to take this moment to apologize to our city manager, Vaughn Norris. I know that it's frustrating to have us argue over very petty stuff and put you in the middle as if you're our boss and that you can control us. We are your bosses, you're not our bosses, and so it's just unfair to put you in the midst of our drama. And I just want to personally apologize because you're here to do your job, but you're not here to police us as council people. And it's just really unfair that we have some other council people that are not adult enough to come and talk to the actual person themselves, as opposed to going to you consistently thinking that you can solve their issues, as opposed to them being an adult and taking a step to solve their issues. So I just want to apologize and say I'm really sorry that you have to be in the middle of this pettiness, and I hope that some of these people can grow up and go to the people themselves and discuss their issue instead of putting you in it. Because I know you got a lot of stress on you trying to run the entire city and not having to deal with pettiness. Also, I had an opportunity to go to the groundbreaking of eucalyptus park. And it was a beautiful, beautiful rendering of what's to come. We're going to be getting a soccer field, and I'm excited about that. I also know that Hawthorne Math and Science School is excited about that field as well, the work that's going to be done there. And then, how could I forget the art festival? How much fun that we have there. Commissioner Baboy, you guys put on a fabulous event. I really, truly enjoyed the kids and all the dances, especially the Michael Jackson dance. That was really, really fun to watch, and just had an opportunity to see all of the art that the kids put together. So you guys work really hard to put that event together, and just thank you so much. Year after year, you guys put that event together, and you put so much work into it. So I truly appreciate having the opportunity to participate and being there. And then the farmers market, again, I've been going every weekend, and it is what former Councilwoman Olivia Valentine said, like, this is a gem for the community, and I would encourage you all, if you haven't gone out there, to go out there and go and get some vegetables and some fruit, and just enjoy the community that's there, and engage with folks that are there. And then lastly, I want to say that I look forward to celebrating Women's Mother's Day. And I know we're going to have a great time. And I just want to make sure that you all come and celebrate. And thank you so much. I want to make sure that you guys know that I'm doing this to uplift you, to empower you, and to make sure that you're seen and heard. And if other people on the dais can understand that, I hope and pray that they do not come. Thank you.
All right, good. All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, guys. The last words I'll say on this, and I thought we were done because somebody did step up and take responsibility for her actions, which is all I was asking. It's not about being childish or growing up. I think following the rules is a part of being grown, and that's all I ask. We shouldn't vote things on the dais and then do something different. And Vaughn, my advice to you would be to definitely tie into the city attorney, because I think he has a clear understanding of what if it is a city event versus an individual event. And we voted on that. We all did, 5-0. So I don't even know why we have to do the name calling. It's not necessary. I've not once disparaged her, said that she hates me because she just uninvited me to her Mother's Day thing. I'm not doing that. I'm sticking strictly to the facts and trying to get everybody to focus on the facts and not the emotion. Has nothing to do with Mother's Day. It could have been any day. It could have been Spring Fest. It could have been the car show. It doesn't matter. The rules are the rules. And I too am sorry that this has to keep coming up because people aren't holding themselves accountable and following the rules. Because had individuals come directly to you like they were supposed to, you could have clearly said, it's not in the city plan to do this. If you want to do it, you're welcome to do it on your own. And we wouldn't be sitting here. I don't want to be sitting here. We are sitting here because that one simple step was not followed. You were disrespected, and went around so that they could get what they wanted and do what they want to do. That, to me, is not self-policing. That's just doing what you want to do. So I am very strong on giving you the authority that you need to do your job. It's not our job to go around you because you work for us. It's not our job to go around you and go to your directors, and now that they see me sitting in their office, they think that you've approved something, and now they feel obliged to give me what I want because guess what? You work for me. That is not an appropriate relationship. I am working very hard to give the directors the authority, not just the responsibility, the authority to do their jobs along with you, along with the city attorney. And I think as a council, we need to respect that in order to have a healthy relationship in this city so that we're not losing good people like you. I don't want you to go somewhere else because you're frustrated. That would be horrible for the city. So I think we need to self-police ourselves on this dais, and if I could use my colleague's word, be an adult, grow up, follow the rules. That's all I have to say. I'd like to thank you, Vaughn, and Public Works for your plan to get the banners up by Memorial Day, and they'll stay up, the military banners this is, and they'll stay up until Labor Day, and they'll fly along 126th Street. So I really appreciate that. I think it says a lot to the community and to our veterans. We have quite a few veterans in our community on our staff, especially in the police force, and I love the badges, so that's really good to distinguish our veterans. And then I also want to give you kudos for getting the veteran memorial monument that we have out there at the Memorial Center, rehabbing that, getting ready for the memorial ceremony that we're going to have later this month. So thank you for taking care of that. It looks really beautiful. If you haven't had a chance to go see it, go see it. It's nice and shiny, well landscaped, freshly painted. So thank you, and Public Works for doing that. And then I also noticed that you have, you and Josh did do the aviation page for under the news tab on our website for the airports, so that we can have the information that we need on there for our public to see. So thank you very much for that, for following through with that. And then happy birthday, Bill. And thank you, happy birthday over there, Akbar. I appreciate you too. And I want to thank everybody. I saved my thank yous for last because I knew we were going to go pretty long tonight. I anticipated that, but I want to say thank you to everybody, all the directors. Your presentations were extremely professional. You were professional, and I used to only have one favorite, and that was my HR, and that's just because of our relationship that we had when I was on the, I was the chair of the Veterans Affairs Commission. But now I have a lot of favorites, so I appreciate you guys very much. You're doing a great job, and we're trying to make your life easier up here. It may look messy at times, but it's necessary at times, and hopefully we can move on from this and start working together. I would love to be able to work as a team up here. The next thing is a lot of times people come up and they're complaining about the housing and other laws that we really have no control over. Why are you guys approving this? Why are you guys approving that? And it really has nothing to do with us. It has to do with our state government that is implementing state law against us and tying our hands, telling us what we can and can't do in our own city. So what I'm doing, I'm working in conjunction with North Hawthorne to bring our candidates into the city. This is my event. It's not a city-sponsored event.
To the chair.
Oh, no interruptions.
No, she can't talk politics. You just said Katrina couldn't. No, you can't talk politics.
This is an event.
Don't interrupt, please. Just don't interrupt.
I'm talking about an event.
City Attorney, please advise. Fine. Okay, stop. She's going to advise. Please advise, sir.
Yes, it's recommended that we stay away from any political discussion, support or non-support of any potential candidate, and you have to be careful with how you phrase it and how you couch it.
Right,
I had planned on doing that. Thank you. So what I'm doing is I'm bringing in all the candidates, either side. It doesn't matter. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want Hawthorne to have access to our next governor, no matter who that may be. From bottom to top. If they will respond to me and they will come, we will bring them. And I challenge you guys to come Hear them, ask the questions, challenge them on what you want in your city. Hey, Mr. Whoever or Mrs. Whoever, if you become governor, are you going to overturn this? Are you going to change this? Because this is hurting our community. We have a voice, and we need to make our voice heard. And so we're providing this opportunity for you guys to do it. It's not going to be one-sided. It just happens to be one-sided this time because that's the one that responded. It won't be one-sided all the time, so you're welcome to come to these events. Our first event, I'm working with North Hawthorne Community Association on this, and Del Air Baptist Church. We're going to have our first one on May 23rd. At 11:30. Registration is from 11:30 to 12, and then we're going to have our candidate from 12 to 1:30. You're welcome to come. It's free, and it'll be at Del Air Baptist Church.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Yeah. It's a really fine
All right,
line.
just
It's a
move
very
on from
careful
that. Yeah.
as far
Okay.
as, because it's an I think people have an understanding as to which candidate you're talking about, so you have to be really careful.
Okay.
Thanks.
and by the way, I did run my flyer and everything that I'm doing past the city attorney to make sure that I was 100% not crossing a line being a city official. Thank you.
Yeah, that was done under your First Amendment rights, yes.
All right, good. All right, so, all right, guys, thank you, everybody, for being here. We have some directives. I don't think I have that many. I might have one. But thank you everybody for being here. So the farmers market's great. I did go a couple Sundays ago, and I think it's a great opportunity, and I want to support it. I want to make sure that it's successful. I know we had one over there like in Holly Glen, but it was, just possibly the management, the people who are organizing it. I think that's a major reason for it not being successful. Okay, so now we got a different team. We got a lot of energy behind this, I mean, the reality is there's a lot of like organic food and a lot of specialty items. So I know that there's an element in our community that wants to make sure that they get as many groceries as possible for the family. So the pricing might be out of their league. And let's admit it, that's the farmer's market. It takes a little bit more out of their cost for these vendors to be there. So they need to charge accordingly to be able to compensate and make profit. So, but regardless, I know that they're working hard, making a good experience with entertainment and such. So I think it's worth supporting. I'll probably get a little basket of strawberries next time I go, or blueberries or whatever, raspberries. I'm a berry person, right? So the art festival was successful. I mean, you guys saw me there. I said, hey, I'll be there. I want to support. And a lot of wonderful pieces of art that we saw there. The students were there. So you know what? Just keep it up. A nice, cozy, family-oriented event that I think needs to be supported. All of Hawthorne's schools were participating, so that's a really great thing of it. I'm just curious. It's not a directive, but I eventually want to talk about maybe the renting of the facilities over here at the Memorial Center. I just want to start taking a look at that. I'm not ready to make a directive. It's just a comment that I'm making, only because maybe we could just, maybe I can informally ask the city manager, like, if it's even worth bringing up as a topic. So I was thinking about taking my mother to the event over here at the Memorial Center for the Mother's Day.
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you just said?
But I don't know if I'm welcome anymore, but I think I know what look, I want to just breach the topic. I think when anybody's event is put under the limelight, questioned, I mean, who's not going to be, affected or sensitive? It's like an attack on the person. It's just about the rules. And what ended up coming out of the whole discussion was just a simple, okay, all I need to do is that, this and that, and maybe I helped a little bit get to that point, or maybe it all came from the individual who was hosting the event. But I think that's perfect. I mean, put in a lot of hard work. I definitely think it's a great, successful event. People are there. It's just the rules part, because we just need to just stick to the rules. I know that there's some of the events that, like, for example, I'm having an event on March 23rd that everybody's invited to. It's Coffee with the Mayor. And I'm having it at the McDonald's, which is on Imperial and Hawthorne Boulevard. Everybody's welcome from 11 to 1, Saturday, March 23rd. May 23rd, yeah. Oh my God. Wow. May 23rd from 11 to 1 at the Hawthorne McDonald's on Hawthorne Boulevard and Imperial Highway. Grimace is going to be there, and Birdie's going to be there. So I'm pretty sure some of you guys have seen the flyers floating around. So I'm really looking forward to seeing people there, having the community come and ask questions, to get to meet me, to meet the characters. We're going to probably have a radio station there that's going to participate and play music and broadcast live from there. So I'm looking forward to announce who that radio station is. So it's a good event. It's going to be a good, fun event. So I won't be able to make it to all the other events that are going on that day. But I do wish you good luck on your event. I know it's going to be successful, and a lot of people go away happy with that. So I'm glad everything's good now. So I talked about my coffee with the mayor. The World Cup's coming soon. A big schedule. I don't even know which games to prioritize. Luckily, I'm not taking a teaching assignment over the summer, so I'll be at home and I'll be able to, get a subscription channel or something, because I don't have I don't know where it's going to come out. I don't have cable. Get a subscription channel and just watch soccer the whole summer and watch all the games, as many as I can. But I'm really looking forward to this community event that we're going to have. I'm going to be here at 3 o'clock for the Brazil-Morocco game. So that should be really fun, and I hope everybody can join us. Even if it's not the big matchups, I think that we could start off with those 2 games and everybody get pumped up and excited about what's going on. So thank you guys all for being here. Discussion, we debate stuff, like I said. It's just about rules. We talked about it. We sorted things out. It was kind of ugly, but we got to a resolution. That's what all I care about. All right, so council directives.
I have something for you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's going to be a directive, but also it has to have a consensus vote, because this is going to have to be done this week. Okay, so as you know, the County of Los Angeles, right, and through the Measure A, is supposed to collect taxes to go to the homeless service. And they distribute the money through a lot of different jurisdictions, like the South Bay COG, then give it to us, and then we give it to the homeless service. Now, one of the Board of Supervisors is putting on the agenda for the May 19 to create another bureaucracy to control all the money that comes from the Measure A. So the County of Los Angeles would be the one distribute all this money. So the South Bay COG, all the 16 cities and some other COGs think that that's a bad idea, because it's going to create another layer of bureaucracy that's going to take millions of dollars of administrative fee, and then less money to go to service and the homeless program. So they're asking us to send a letter to our Board of Supervisors, Holly Mitchell, and to all the other 4 women on that LA Board, the supervisors, to make sure that they vote no on this proposed new agency. It is the well, see, they didn't mention their name. I know who she is, but it's the SD3, LA County Board of Supervisors. It's my friend, I don't want to say her name, but it's not our supervisor, so it's not Holly Mitchell, okay? So it's somebody else. But she's a wonderful lady, nice lady. But this is no, I think this probably came from the staff, okay? So it's going to be a debate at the Board of Supervisors on May 19. Even they asking if mayors and council can go to the meeting and to oppose it. But I know May 19 is a tough day. So if we can send a letter ASAP to our Board of Supervisors, Holly Mitchell, and also to the other Board of Supervisors to say, do not support this initiative.
Point of information, why can't you just tell us who it is? Because, we can understand the mindset and how powerful that person's.
Liz is Hovat.
Of course. Doesn't she want to run the whole Board of Supervisor when it changes over? That's not right. So, I don't know.
So is that your motion?
Yes, my motion, so we can, so the city attorney can make, get this letter going and to put all our names on it.
Point of information, Mr. City Attorney, can we do that? Just make it an immediate motion, urgency motion right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and there's a second there.
Please vote.
I'm not, are we?
So you can vote.
Yes. Please vote. To send out the letter.
The vote, sorry. Voting reflects mayor and council voting yes, with Katrina Manning abstaining.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Mr. Montero?
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anybody else have a directive? Anybody else have a directive? Councilwoman Angie Reyes English, you have a directive?
Okay. Oops, sorry.
Okay. I have a directive comment. I really want to take a look at the Veterans Commission. It's been out of action, hasn't produced. People have been absent. People are dropping out voluntarily. They want off of the commission. So I just think there's certain things that I think I'd want to discuss. So I'm tempted to, and haven't decided to put a discussion item to talk about the Veterans Commission. Its existence,
You don't need a directive for that. Every council member can put it
Well,
on.
I'm putting it out here, just by the way. I'm not going to hide anything from my council colleagues. They could think about some of this stuff. So I'll let you know as soon I want to do that, okay? Okay. Let's see. There's no closed sessions at this time. Is there anything further from my council colleagues? If not, the meeting is adjourned at 10:37.